Justice Watchers.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Once again, I thank you for being here on time. I do want to confirm once again, everyone hopefully was able to avoid any news media accounts of this case. Did we have any issues? All right, then we'll proceed with the trial. Ms. Bayo, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor, but at this time we have a motion.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a matter that I'll have to take up outside your presence, so if you would, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to go back out, and then we'll bring you back in very quickly. Everyone, please be seated. Mr. Weinstein, you may proceed with your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense is making a motion for a directed verdict on all of the counts currently against my client, Mr. Kassotis. We're making that motion under OCGA 1791. The defense maintains that the state has failed to present evidence upon which a rational trier of fact could find guilt on any of these counts. I'll go through each of them one by one. Regarding, well, let's take the malice murder and the felony murder together, Your Honor. The only evidence that the state has presented that in any way ties my client to the murder of Mindi Kassotis is my client's vehicle being seen near the scene of the body where Mindi Kassotis was found. They have also presented evidence of my client's cell phone being in that general area, as well as some of Mrs. Kassotis' blood being found at their marital residence. The other evidence presented with regard to, for example, the knife being found at the scene of the body, The tool mark expert got on that stand and testified that that knife could not have been used to dismember Ms. Kassotis. Regarding the Bass Pro Shop knives, which have not even been found, that particular knife was neither ruled in nor ruled out. They have not shown a murder weapon. They don't have any idea of the location of the murder. They're not witnesses. My client's DNA is not found at the scene of her body. There's no fingerprint evidence. So I do not believe that a rational trier of fact, viewing all of that evidence, could find that Mr. Kassotis murdered Mindi Kassotis, either felony murder, neither felony murder nor malice murder. As far as count 3, aggravated assault, again, similar to that, there has not been evidence that my client assaulted Mrs. Kassotis other than that described above with respect to the 2 murder charges. Concealing the death of another, the state has done extensive investigations. Agent Sands relentlessly had his team look for evidence of concealing the death of Mindi Kassotis by Mr. Kassotis. They didn't find tools that were used to dismember her. They did not find evidence of her dismemberment at the house other than some of her blood being on the futon, and that was not a great amount. They did not find power tools that could have been used to cut up the body like some of those false starts would indicate were used. So the only thing they have is his car being near the scene of where her body was found. Count 5 is the possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. They have Mr. Kassotis buying a knife similar to a knife that was found at the scene, but they have not shown his possession of that knife during the commission of any felony. The next set of counts all relate to possession of tools for the commission of a crime. Again, they have that one knife that was not used could not have been used, according to the tool mark expert, to dismember her. They have the Bass Pro Shop knives, which could neither be ruled in nor out. The removal of body parts from the scene of a death, count 11. They have no idea. The state has presented no evidence of where she died. They do not know where the scene of the death is. So there's just no evidence that body parts were removed from that scene of the death, especially because they can't even place the scene of the death. And count 12, tampering with evidence. Again, there's not been evidence that my client destroyed or concealed or used tools with respect to tampering with evidence. So what we have from the state is obviously a lot of circumstantial evidence. I fully appreciate that the jury can render verdicts on circumstantial evidence, but I would maintain that that circumstantial evidence is insufficient for a rational trier of fact to find that Mr. Kassotis committed any of these counts 1 through 12. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'll start at the beginning as well with malice murder. We've talked at varying points during the course of this trial leading up to today about the issue of venue, and it has been very clear that the legislature for the state of Georgia has made it very abundantly clear that they did not intend to allow murderers to essentially go free because they then subsequently moved a body or tampered with the evidence concerning the scene of a crime. With respect to the malice murder, Your Honor, it is abundantly clear from the evidence presented by the state that Mr. Kassotis, and in his own statements, was involved in a bloodletting event that was in the house in Savannah, Georgia. That incident, unfortunately, controlled by Mr. Kassotis, ultimately puts the state in the position of not being able to know exactly where she was killed, which is exactly why the venue statute permits in murder cases for it to be where the body is discovered. Her body somehow got from Savannah, Georgia to the woods in Riceboro. And I would point out that when it got to the woods in Riceboro and the autopsy was conducted, there were 9 traumatic injuries to her skull. She did not do those to herself. The only person that had access to her was Mr. Kassotis. That's the state's position, Your Honor, and that's the evidence that the jury will consider and have to render a decision as to whether or not they believe that presentation. In addition, Your Honor, there were defensive wounds, which indicated that she herself received those wounds from somebody else while she was alive. That would be the concern that the state has. The problem, Your Honor, of course, as counsel points out, is we don't know when she took her last breath. She could have taken that at any stage along the way. And as a result, the murder, Your Honor, the state's argument is this is not a snap murder. This is a premeditated, planned event. There is plenty of evidence before this jury that Mr. Kassotis went to extreme measures to purchase latex gloves, to purchase Clorox wipes, to purchase the knife on the very day that he then dumps her body. There's evidence that he himself transported those totes with him. He admitted that in an audio statement post-Miranda. And there is no dispute that they were a black and gray tote, which is what is sitting as I look at them in this courtroom. Mr. Kassotis then has the issue, and while I'm not required to prove premeditation, I'm also not required to prove a murder weapon. And the reason for the legislation in that, Your Honor, is clear as well. Defendants can take a murder weapon from a crime scene. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. So it's the state's position that there is plenty of evidence that Mrs. Kassotis was the victim of a violent assault, which also goes to the issue of felony murder. That issue being her being struck 9 times in the skull. In addition, we don't know specifically if any of those wounds were post or ante-mortem, the 3 at the abdomen. Those are additional assaults that just as easily could have been occurring within the county of Liberty during her dropping off in Riceboro. So it's the state's position that aggravated assault as the basis for the underlying felony murder is also present, Your Honor. That's a question of fact for the jury. The next count, Your Honor, that the state would discuss is concealing the death of another. And in this case, the way the state had articulated in the indictment was that he killed by dismembering her, transporting her body, and hiding it in a wooded area. It's the state's position that there is absolutely no question that that ultimately is what occurred in this case, and that's a question, again, for the trier of fact, that being the jury. The standard for the directed verdict is not beyond a reasonable doubt, and as a result, the state is of the opinion, Your Honor, that all of that evidence would be questions of fact for them. That said, the next series of counts, Your Honor, well, before I get there, is knife and commission. We know that Mr. Kassotis purchased the knife that we described on November 29th of 2022. That is the date articulated. He clearly possessed it. The state's position would be it was underneath his arm. There was a receipt showing he purchased it. And at that time, it's the state's argument that he purchased that knife in anticipation of needing to cut, unfortunately, I have to be this graphic, but the flesh of Mrs. Kassotis. The tool mark expert indicated that no, it was not used on the bones, or at least she couldn't say for sure because they were shallow cuts. But what she did say was she can't say for sure that it wasn't used on the neck or the other portions of her remains, unfortunately, to gain access to her bones. That said, it's the state's position that that also should be a question of fact for the jury. The possession of tools for the commission of the crime, I would just point out, Your Honor, I have those listed in counts 6 through 10, and those specifically articulate each of the tools that the state alleges that the defendant used, and that was in anticipation of the crime of commission of removal of body parts from scene of death or dismemberment. I would like to point out that Mr. Kassotis was in the area of the Portal Hunting Club, it's the state's position, for 2+ hours. That is the time period that is referred to when he admittedly says he turned off his phone. And then he's there for 2 hours. And her torso, with her arms attached, her head and her 2 legs were found in that area. It is entirely possible that Mr. Kassotis spent that entire 2 hours dismembering her and tossing her remains in exactly that area. There was not evidence that there was a dismemberment at the house, and given the information that Mr. Frank Mevin was in the residence at the time on November 29th of 2022, it is highly unlikely that Mr. Kassotis pulled out a power tool and was severing his daughter's limbs while he sat in the room. So it's the state's position he did that in our county. And that's up to the jury to decide, Your Honor. That also references the knives, the deer processing kit, the tubs in question, the Ford Explorer itself. It also references the shovel that he used to bury her head. We introduced evidence of the dig marks and specifically on the roots. And additionally, Your Honor, that knife, although counsel indicates that his client purchased that knife and it was not used in this, that's a question for the jury to determine, Your Honor. And finally, the last two counts, one is removal of body parts from scene of death. Clearly, she was moved around. So it's the state's position, Your Honor, that she ultimately took her last breath and he then discarded her remains in different places. And finally, the last portion would be tampering with evidence. And the way that it is articulated in the indictment is very specific, with intent to prevent and obstruct the apprehension of prosecution of Nicholas James Kassotis by destroying biological evidence and concealing tools from the commission of the crime. He bought gloves, he cleaned off the knife, he cleaned out the totes, there was cleaning wipes found at the scene, and it's the state's position that that's something that the jury needs to determine if they believe the state's position that that's exactly what he did at the scene of the crime. And as a result, Your Honor, I believe that each and every one of these counts should go to the jury for them to make the factual determination that counsel is now asking to be made.
All right, counsel, I do have concerns about a couple of counts. Now, counts 7, 8, 9, and 10 all allege possession of tools for the commission of a crime. And I've done some research, and of course all of the cases, I looked at over 10 cases regarding the sufficiency of evidence with that particular charge. And they all relate to burglary cases, entering automobile cases, but in every case, the tools were found in the defendant's truck, in the front seat, in the back of the vehicle. And there was a nexus between the possession of those tools and the crime itself. In this case, for example, count 7, the deer processing kit. I believe the evidence was that was purchased sometime before they found the torso down near the hunting lodge. So what is the nexus between the possession of those tools and the commission of the crime?
November 28th, Your Honor, was the date that the deer processing kit was purchased of 2022. November 29th of 2022 is when the defendant's vehicle is captured going specifically to Riceboro to put that body, is our position, in the woods. On November 28th of 2022, Mr. Kassotis' statement to law enforcement was he purchased the knife, meaning the Milwaukee knife. He references nothing about mosquitoes for the deer processing kit. It is the state's position, Your Honor, that that knife set was purchased.
Not talking about the knife, I'm talking about
the set,
okay,
correct.
The whole set.
The set was purchased in anticipation of dismembering her remains, and that he then took her remains the very next day. He was not a hunter. There was testimony of that. He was not somebody that was known to hunt or have need for a deer processing kit, other than it's the state's position that he purchased it the day before he took her dismembered remains into the woods in Liberty County, and then those were distributed down there. There is no evidence, Your Honor, that the deer processing kit was used inside of the residence, because there is not dismemberment evidence at the house, but rather in the woods. So it's the state's position, Your Honor, that the jury would then simply have to determine if they believe, based on the fact that he made the purchase close in time to her actual dismemberment and distribution, was that used?
Same question with regard to count 10 and the shovel.
Your Honor, so in this case specifically, the only item that was adequately buried was her head. There was testimony from Detective Frost specifically that there was a place very close to where the head was recovered, buried underneath the ground in the middle of, or I should say the very end of November, some cut marks into roots that appeared to have been from an object striking the root. And those photographs were introduced into evidence. I submit to the court that it's the state's position that he didn't dig with his hands to get her head into the ground. He had to use a shovel, which is why I introduced evidence of the November 4th, 2022 purchase of the shovel and the hammer that were present at that purchase from Home Depot. Ultimately, he is captured on the surveillance camera with the shovel in his hand, walking out of the store with it. And that was on November 4th of 2022. Those purchases for the wipes, Your Honor, I would submit go back to August 16th of 2022. So the premeditation that the state will argue, Your Honor, includes the latex gloves, the Clorox wipes, the actual shovel itself, the deer processing kit, the Milwaukee knife. He utilized the tubs. Her blood was in it. So it's the state's position, Your Honor, that all of these were the tools that allowed him to commit the crime that we have before us.
Defense wish to weigh in?
Only to rely on the court's research that there is no nexus between these tools, no physical nexus at least, between these tools, these items that he purchased, the shovel roughly a month before she's found, the deer processing kit. Yes, he purchased the deer processing kit, but there's nothing showing that he possessed that at the time of the alleged commission of this crime.
Yeah, I do have some concerns about counts 7 and 10, but with regard to all of the other counts, defense counsel has correctly pointed out, basically referring to OCGA section 24-14-9, that to authorize a conviction on circumstantial evidence, which is this case, the proved facts must not only be consistent with the theory of guilt, but also exclude every other reasonable theory other than the guilt of the accused. In that regard, the court believes there is an abundance of evidence that points to the guilt of the defendant, albeit circumstantial. But that creates a jury question, and the court's going to submit it to the jury, and I will deny the motion for directed verdict as to all of those counts. Again, I have concerns about counts 7 and 10, but I'll also deny your motion with regard to those counts, and we'll submit it to the jury. All right, before we bring the jury back in, Mr. Weinstein, has your client made a decision as to whether or not he will testify this morning?
He has made a decision, Your Honor. My client wishes to testify.
All right. Do you mind if I make an inquiry of him?
I would appreciate you doing that, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Sir, I've just been informed by your counsel that you intend to testify today. I do need to advise you that under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and also the Georgia Constitution, that you have a right against self-incrimination. That is, you have a right to remain silent. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you willing to give up that right and take the stand and testify under oath?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And you understand that once you testify, that you will be subject to a full, thorough, and sifting cross-examination consistent with Georgia law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had sufficient time to discuss this with your attorney?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
And is this your decision?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And it is your decision alone?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
May I also put on the record that I did advise my client of his constitutional rights with regard to this, so we had a thorough consultation.
Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, very well.
Thank you.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, in light of that, I advised the court yesterday that I might have some motions in limine with respect to Mr. Kassotis' testimony. There have been questions, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
There have been some questions about whether or not he would address the issue of agreeing or asking to take a lie detector test. So I would obviously, given the court's ruling, anticipate that he's not going to try to sua sponte, bring that into evidence.
Any reference to polygraph, lie detector test will be excluded.
You will absolutely not speak on those subjects, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to his competency, There have been no notices filed in any way, shape, or form concerning competency to stand trial or insanity. I have not heard counsel reference that at any point.
I don't see
but
that as an issue in this case, but
I just trying to make sure that the defendant doesn't get up and then try to put his own competency into question upon his testimony.
That is not an issue in this case, Your Honor, and he will not be putting that into his testimony.
all right. Thank you, counsel.
And my last question, Your Honor, is there was some reference by counsel on cross-examination to Alex Murdaugh. I have absolutely no evidence submitted to them, submitted from them to us, that there's any reference whatsoever to that, and he appeared to be making that reference in terms of Frank Mebane IV. I have absolutely no idea whether or not that would be something he is anticipating doing, but I don't see how there's any relevance, and if there is, I would like an offer of proof.
Counsel?
May I just briefly
Yes.
consult with my client? There will be no subject matter of Alex Murdaugh brought into this testimony.
Mr. Murdaugh has his own problems.
He certainly does, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, he's indicated that, but he has not referenced Mr. Frank Mebane IV. I have obviously no objection to him discussing any questions about his somehow involvement in this case, but it appeared that he was trying to go, counsel Mr. Weinstein was trying to go into Mr. Mebane's job history, where he worked, things of that nature. I don't see how that's relevant in any way to this case.
And I think counsel concedes.
Yeah, we are not going to get into any of, any issues with respect to Frank Mebane IV, except with respect to perhaps the living arrangements that they had, and Mr. Mebane requesting that, or forcing my client and Mindi Kassotis to leave their home.
No,
Thank you.
no objection to that, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Your Honor, can you move the knives?
Yes.
There's another bag. All box. If I may, Your Honor, I'm just gonna take all this out.
Okay. I think we got the jury.
And Your Honor, actually, can you remove all of that evidence from over there? The boxes as well.
Sure.
Do you mind if I go in?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, the state has now rested its case. Mr. Weinstein, you may proceed for the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Nicholas Kassotis to the stand.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Sir.
Mr. Kassotis, would you please state your name and spell it?
Nicholas James Kassotis, Nicholas, and my last name is Kassotis. Though at this time that is not my legal name.
Would you please tell the jury your legal name?
Nicholas Killian James Stark, Stark.
And would you spell that? The Killian James and Stark.
Oh, Killian is Kilian, and James is James.
Where were you born?
I was born in Peterborough, New Hampshire.
Where did you grow up?
Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. It is a very small town directly on the Massachusetts border. Small, rural New Hampshire. You talk about one stoplight towns, and we don't even have a full stoplight. It's one of those flashing ones.
Well, tell us about the region you grew up in. What was it like?
It's a rural area. It's heavily forested. I grew up on a dirt road, kind of in the middle of the woods. We have kind of regional high schools because all the surrounding towns are too small, so we have to put enough people together to fill a school.
What kind of recreational activities took place in that neck of the woods?
A lot of hunting, normal outdoor things, hiking, swimming. We lived about a mile from a lake.
What activities did you participate in?
I ran, I hiked. I loved being outdoors. I still love being outdoors. So a lot of kind of exploring, as some members of my family will say, sometimes getting a little too close to wildlife for my own safety, but...
Please tell the jury about your education.
After high school, I went to Boston University for college. I got my bachelor's there in 2004, and then I went to the Northeastern University School of Law, also in Boston. I got my JD, which is your basic law degree.
Following your JD, what career did you pursue?
I passed the Massachusetts bar that year and joined the United States Navy as a judge advocate.
Okay. Please tell the jury about your time in the Navy.
Yeah, I went on active duty starting in early 2008 after completing some training. We have what's called Officer Development School and then Naval Justice School, and then I reported to my first duty station in Norfolk, Virginia, where I was a defense attorney and a legal assistance attorney. While I was there, I also ran a couple of our smaller offices, and I deployed twice. I deployed once on short notice on the USNS Comfort. I was we would say the staff judge advocate. It's kind of just like an in-house lawyer for the mission commander. It was a humanitarian mission to Central America, South America, and the Caribbean on the ship for 4 or 5 months. I also deployed to Iraq, where I was stationed in Baghdad at a base called Camp Cropper, and I was doing issues related to detainees. The military captures a lot of people, and they have legal cases in Iraqi courts. They have legal rights and obligations that we have to give them. They're being interviewed by various things, and there was a lot of various legal issues that we had that I worked on.
What about your career following Iraq?
After I finished up in Norfolk, I was there on and off for 3 years with the deployments. I transferred to Region Legal Service Office, EURAFSWA, as we call it, Europe, Africa, and Southwest Asia. I was stationed in Sigonella, Sicily, at Naval Air Station Sigonella. There I was a prosecutor, and I was again, kind of a legal advisor to the commands on base, to the base commander, things of that nature.
Tell us about your time as a prosecutor.
I handled court-martials in the military, also some administrative boards, folks getting kind of thrown out, a lot of sexual assaults, unfortunately. That is the most common crime I think we see at the court-martial level in the military, but some drug use cases, thefts, things of that nature.
You mentioned sexual assault. Drug use cases. Any other types of crimes that you prosecuted that you can recall right now?
Not that I can recall.
Were you also a defense attorney?
I was a defense attorney in Norfolk.
What types of crimes were you defending against there?
Also mainly sexual assault. Sometimes I had a kind of an odd case that was somebody had refused, or hadn't refused, I would argue hadn't refused, but had not taken a required urinalysis drug test, and that wound up at a court martial. some hazing cases, kind of some interesting drug use, things of that nature. I think one assault.
Did you eventually end up in the Pentagon?
I did. After Italy, I was stationed at the Pentagon for a couple years. When I first got there, I was an administrative law attorney, so anytime the military is trying to promote somebody, not promote somebody, fire somebody, it requires legal review, and it would wind its way through our office on its way to the three-star admiral who was kind of the head of our community. And after that, I stayed. I moved to the office right next door, what was then called our International and Operational Law Division. Now it's called the National Security Law Division. I was the Chief of International Affairs, I believe was my job title, and I managed international agreements that the Navy has with navies and countries all over the world.
Did you get any further education while you were with the Navy?
I did. While I was at the Pentagon, I started going at night to get my LLM, which is a master's in law, and I got that at Georgetown University Law Center in national security law, focusing mostly on cybersecurity and privacy-related issues.
Can you tell us more about cybersecurity that you studied?
Yeah, anything from cyber investigations and prosecutions to compliance. You know, what companies have to do when they retain your data, which, as you know, as I think we probably all know, companies know everything about us these days. So, you know, what they have to do to protect them, under their regulatory rules, how they can use things, what they're allowed to do.
At some point, did you leave the Pentagon?
I did. I left in, I want to say September of 2017. I left active duty.
And where did you go from there?
At that point, I went to a Department of the Navy job with the Board for Correction of Naval Records. It is mostly when folks leave the military. There are other things that they do, but for the most part, when folks leave the military and don't have the discharge that they want. You know, we talk about honorable discharges, and then there are, you know, 4 that aren't as good. Sometimes either months or years later, they want to try to upgrade that to a better discharge, and those cases are reviewed by the Board for Correction of Naval Records.
But you were no longer with the Navy at that point, is that correct?
I was not a member of the Navy. I was a civilian working for the Navy. And I was a Navy reservist at that time.
When did you cease being a Navy reservist?
I think officially I ceased being a Navy reservist in the fall of 2019, summer, fall of 2019, but I'm not exactly sure of that date. I had stopped drilling. And by drilling, we mean when people talk about the reserves, it's that 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. I had stopped doing that 1 weekend a month sometime before that in anticipation of leaving the reserves.
What's the process for when you leave the active duty in the Navy?
You have to write a request, and it goes through your immediate boss, and then it winds up in Millington, Tennessee, at Navy Personnel Command, where it is either you are allowed to leave or you are told no for some reason.
Is there a letter of resignation? That
There
you
is a
also
letter
have
of
to
recommendation.
submit? I'm sorry. One second. Please let me finish the
I'm
question
sorry.
before you respond. So, is there a letter of resignation that goes along with that?
Yes, there is.
What did you state in your letter of resignation, if you recall?
If I recall, it was that I wanted more geographic stability and more professional stability. So the Navy JAG Corps puts a lot of emphasis on both moving constantly and also taking a lot of different jobs. They want people who are very well-rounded. They can plug into any job at a moment's notice, which is obviously useful for the military, but I wanted to be able to concentrate more professionally.
When did you leave the Naval Reserve?
That was, I believe, fall 2019.
Did that also have a resignation process involving a letter?
It did.
And what did you state in that letter, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, at that point it was, I talked about some health issues that my wife Mindi was going through.
Let's go back a little bit.
Okay.
To your time in the Navy. Tell us about your personal life during that time.
When I arrived in Norfolk, I was single, and several months later I met then Heather Bassett, who I later married.
Do you recall when you married Heather Bassett?
September 26th, 2009.
Tell us about that marriage.
It was not great. We had a lot of issues, I think, kind of throughout, to the point where I later heard the night before our wedding, she told somebody publicly that she didn't think it was going to last. We had. I was deployed a lot. I was deployed for a large chunk of our engagement. I was deployed within 2 months of us getting married. I don't think either of those is also a good step for marital success. But I think we had a lot of disagreements kind of throughout our marriage.
What kind of disagreements did you have?
Things about money, about career moves, about children.
What were the disagreements about children?
When we had started dating, Heather had stated that she wanted children and that it would be relatively easy for her to have children. That she had a something called PCOS. I'm not really sure what you would call it. It's not a disease. It's a syndrome of some type. That there were medications she could take that would make it very easy down the line for her to have children.
Did you ever have children with Ms. Bassett?
I did not, no. We discussed it many times. At one point we both got tested to see if everything was in working order, but she chose not to take the medication and therefore we never had children. There was never a pregnancy or the attempt of a pregnancy.
When did you tell me about the end of your marriage to Heather?
Sometime in 2015, we had been having, I wouldn't even say issues because we weren't arguing, but she was gone a lot. She was spending nights at friend's house, which was unusual. She was not around much, and at one point when she was around, she asked me to help her print a document from her computer. And while I was doing that, a Facebook message popped up on it that was romantic in nature. She kind of snatched it away and said, "Oh, I just remembered how to print on here." And I started, I guess, looking into what was going on. And about a week later, I confronted her. At the time, I took a recording of the conversation. But I said I knew that she was seeing somebody. She told me that she'd been seeing a coworker of hers for some time, a man named Anthony Thomas, and she left that day and moved to his house, and then kind of moved back, I believe, the next day, and we talked about things for a little while. She continued to see him, and then she moved out again back into his house.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did. I filed for divorce on September 1st of 2015, and it was granted about a month and a half later, if memory serves, sometime in October.
Were you represented by counsel during that divorce?
I was not.
Was Heather?
She was not.
And you said the divorce was finalized about a month later?
Roughly, yes. It was October of 2015.
Do you know if Heather ever remarried following your divorce?
She did. The following day, she married Tony, as he goes by, the man that she was seeing, that she told me she was seeing during our marriage.
When did you meet Mindi Kassotis?
I met Mindi on September 18th, 2015.
How did you meet?
We had met on a dating website called OkCupid, and we had talked for, I don't know, maybe a week or so, and then we met at a restaurant in Alexandria, Virginia.
Do you recall where you met?
Yeah, it was called Blackwall Hitch. It's a restaurant kind of right down by the water. It's a nice little spot.
And you eventually married Mindi Kassotis, Mindi Kassotis, correct?
Fairly
Or Mebane,
quickly,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I mean, it was, I would say within a month we were talking about marriage. Starting to look at wedding venues. It happened very quickly, and we married just over a year later, on October 9th, 2016.
At the time that you married Mindi Kassotis, you still had obligations under your divorce decree to Heather, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the specific obligations that you had?
Yes, there were two loans that we were both on. A personal loan where we had refinanced refinance some credit cards, if I remember correctly, and a Chevy Silverado. And later, I was also at that point living in the marital property and making payments on the mortgage. But later on, she asked, because that had been purchased under her VA mortgage. For people who are veterans, they have the right to a VA mortgage. It had been purchased under her VA mortgage, right? So she asked me to work on refinancing and removing her from that so that she could use her VA mortgage for home purchase with Tony.
Were you able to do that refinancing?
I was not, no. I had started the process. I paid for an attorney because there was deed work required. It was kind of a lengthy process, and by the time it was reaching fruition, a lot of other things were going wrong.
Did you fulfill any of the other obligations that were required to be fulfilled in your divorce decree from Heather?
Some of them. There was a lump sum payment, I believe, of $3,000 to pay off a bill that I paid off, and I was working on other things, but they did not come to pass.
Did Heather eventually pursue you for your failure to fulfill your obligations?
She did.
What did she do?
She filed some sort of a complaint in court saying that I was not fulfilling my obligations under a divorce decree.
How did that resolve itself?
I believed that it resolved itself in an agreement and then a payment to her.
What was the agreement on what you were supposed to pay Heather in that resolution?
In that resolution, I was supposed to pay her roughly $1.5 million.
Did you make that payment?
I believed the payment was made on my behalf. I did not actually make the payment. But I saw documentation, and I believed at the time that it was made. I had no reason not to.
I believe you told the court you had $32 million. Is that correct?
That's what I was told. That's what I had been provided documentation to show.
Let's go ahead and get into that.
Yes, sir.
You said things began to get weird. Can you explain that to the jury and also explain about the time frames for that?
Yes. In 2017, we were discussing my upcoming departure from active duty. We were discussing, starting a family, several things, and Mindi was very actively watching all of our spending because she wanted to make sure that we were in the best position financially, and she started noticing odd deductions from our accounts that weren't tied to anything that we were doing. Sometimes they seemed to be, the ones she showed me were, they didn't even have transaction numbers. It would just say something like payment, and hundreds of dollars would go missing. At the time, we thought it was an error with our bank. We were banking with USAA at the time, and thought that this was some sort of a bank error that would be easily resolved.
Did you tell other people about the bank issue outside of Mindi?
At this time, I don't know that we did. We might have, but again, in early 2017, we did not think that this was a serious issue.
Did you take that up with your bank, USAA?
Mindi did. I was, at this time, both working full-time in the Pentagon, looking for jobs, and I was still taking that LLM at night, so I was kind of burning the candle at both ends, but she was taking care of kind of Mindi was not working at this time, so she was in charge of that.
And again, when you say at this time, would you tell the jury the rough time frame of
This
the
is
USA?
early to mid 2017.
Okay. Please let me get my questions out so that the
I'm
court
sorry.
reporter can get it all down. You said 2018?
2017.
2017. Anything else strange begin to happen around that time frame?
Not at that time, though. We had been having kind of some, I'll say, familial arguments. It started with Mindi and my brother Chris, and kind of evolved over time to include our parents. It was, at that time I believed it to be kind of normal marital, a new wife, somebody that they didn't know very well, and that these were kind of growing pains that we were going through.
When you say marital arguments, were those arguments between you and Mindi?
Sometimes, but more often between Mindi and my brother at this time.
Your brother Chris.
My brother Chris.
Okay. Any other weirdness begin to happen later?
Yes, sometime in late 2017, we had seen kind of a brief reprieve where we thought that things had, our bank had fixed the issues, that things were no longer going wrong, and suddenly it kind of restarted with a lot more than it had before, and we also started seeing vandalism at our house. I would sometimes get anonymous emails stating, that I was going to be hurt or killed. Our mail would go missing, things of that nature.
Did you ever report that to any law enforcement?
I did.
Who did you report that to?
I reported that to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How did you report it to the FBI?
On their website somewhere, they had a, report a crime, and I filed a complaint there, and I believe Mindi also filed a complaint there.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living at 3805 Adrian Drive in Alexandria, Virginia. That was the house that Heather and I had purchased while we were married, and I continued living there after the dissolution of our marriage. And then later, when I met Mindi and she moved in, we lived in that house.
Did you report it to the Alexandria Police Department?
I did not.
What county is Alexandria in?
Virginia is a little strange, but there is an Alexandria City part of Alexandria, which is, so they are their own county, and then there is a Fairfax County part of Alexandria, which is where I live.
Did you report it to any county law enforcement?
I did not.
What happened after?
I'm sorry, can I say why? The mail, my understanding, was a federal crime, as well as the banking issues, and since they all seemed, I imagine that they were all connected, I did not think going to local law enforcement would accomplish anything except for a police report.
Pardon me, but let me backtrack for a moment.
Yes, sir.
When you were at the Pentagon, was there ever any publicity surrounding your name?
There was.
What was that about?
In summer of 2016, I think about a month before our wedding, a high-profile case regarding a Marine had wound its way past my desk, and it resulted, a memo that I had been the initial author of was quoted in the Washington Post. It got a lot of attention.
Why did it get a lot of attention?
I think because of the both some of the underlying facts of the case. I wasn't involved in the underlying facts of the case, but several Marines were killed in Afghanistan by a corrupt Afghan police officer. There were some very salacious awful personal details about him and crimes he committed against children. And it had to do with emailing classified information. That was the case that came to me, was this Marine who had retained and then emailed in unclassified form classified information. And for any of you who remember the 2016 election, that was a big issue about who was putting what on unclassified emails. So I think that kind of the timing, a couple months before that election, it was a perfect storm to get some press attention.
How, if at all, did that press attention affect you at the time?
At the time, I was in the process of applying to jobs. I had actually had a third or fourth interview at a position I believed I was going to get, and very suddenly was not even being contacted anymore by them.
Okay, let's move back forward to the vandalism that you were experiencing. What type of vandalism was that?
Nails in our tires, a broken window, things of that nature. I mean, we wouldn't even move our cars some days, and it would have a new hole in the tire.
Was there any result of you making this report to the FBI?
Yes, there was.
What happened?
I contacted I tried to contact a former colleague who worked with the Department of Justice. I hoped that it would get us out of the bin of everybody's complaints and a bit more attention. I wasn't sure if I had managed to contact him, just because of his job. He keeps a very low profile. But several days later, I got a call at work. This was when I was working as a civilian at the Board for Correction and Naval Records, and Mindi said that an FBI agent had come to the house.
What did you do after learning that an FBI agent had come to the house?
I asked her what they had talked about. She said that he was there in regards to what had been happening to us, that he would be returning in the near future. I don't recall everything. It's been mean, 7 years. I'm not sure exactly what she told me that day versus what I learned shortly thereafter.
What was the name given by the FBI agent?
Jim McIntyre.
What happened next with respect to Jim McIntyre?
He came back a couple days later.
Did you meet with him at that time?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He came to the house. I believe he had called to schedule it to make sure that I was going to be home at the time. He seemed very thorough, very professional. He wanted to know everything that had happened. He wanted copies of the emails that we had received. He wanted specific issues with the banks. I believe we printed out screenshots of the charges that showed what had been going on, and we provided all that to him. And he said that it was something he took seriously and that he would be investigating it.
So some random individual shows up at your house, says he's with the FBI, and claims to be a man named Jim McIntyre. What did you do to verify that information?
I didn't verify it. Mindy believed that she had seen a badge, or she told me at the time that she'd seen a badge. I had no reason to doubt that he was who he said he was. It didn't cross my mind that somebody else could have shown up at my house at that time.
And what was your education again at this point in time?
At this point, I had my LLM. I had 2 law degrees and my bachelor's. I'd also worked with FBI agents in a number of different fields. I did not see anything that caused me to question that he was who he said he was. In fact, I thought that we were lucky. As this was going on, I read multiple news reports of people who had undergone cyber stalking and cyber crimes, and often it seemed like their big battle was getting somebody to believe what was going on, getting law enforcement to take it seriously, getting law enforcement who had jurisdiction over the crimes to take it seriously. And I thought we were lucky. I said many times how lucky we were.
What did Jim McIntyre advise you?
Over the coming weeks or months, he advised us that he believed that this Washington Post article had gotten me some attention that I was from a overseas hacking group of some sort that was targeting members of the military. He said that we should relax somewhat because he believed that the local vandalism and things of that nature were likely something they were paying kids to do or something of that nature. We were not in real danger. It was meant to be harassing us, and that he was continuing to investigate it.
Do you recall the approximate time or date that Jim McIntyre initially showed up and you had this conversation?
This was sometime in late 2017.
Did you eventually leave your civilian job with the Navy?
Yes, I left my civilian job in February of 2018.
What did you do at that point in time for work?
At that point, I believed I was being employed by a software company that he had connected me to, that Jim McIntyre had connected me to.
What software company did you believe you were employed by?
The name changed multiple times over the years that I believe I worked there. The ending name was Apis Limited, which I believe is the Latin word for bee or something like that, like a bumblebee or a honeybee.
Do you know why Jim McIntyre would help you find a job?
Yeah, I believed that he was helping me because of our situation, that he knew people, which is not uncommon, private sector and the government on criminal, especially cyber investigations, often have to work very hand in hand. And as I had talked to him, and I was hoping to find something that would allow me to work from home, because despite his reassurances that he did not think at that time we were in real danger, I was very uncomfortable leaving Mindy home alone. We had suffered a very serious car accident. She had a lot of health issues following that, and leaving my frail wife at home by herself when we're undergoing this was something that really bothered me.
When you were working for this company that eventually becomes Apis Limited, where were you working from?
I was working from home.
So this was remote work?
This was remote work.
Where were they headquartered?
I believe they were headquartered in Colorado at the time, though I believe they were incorporated in Wyoming. I saw some incorporation documents, and that's not uncommon. Wyoming does not have a corporate income tax, the same way that most large corporations are headquartered in Delaware because of the laws.
What was your role within Apis Limited?
I was an attorney, kind of a general counsel role, though it carried with it a lot of kind of other stuff. Sometimes I would be called on to help look through data, records that were being generated by the software.
What was the nature of their business?
The nature of their business was AI software development, basically using artificial intelligence software to analyze data and find connections between it.
Were you doing any coding for them at this time?
Very little. Sometimes I would be asked to look at something. I do have a somewhat of a coding background, but it was not something that I was called on regularly to do because, frankly, there were other people who were much better at it than me. I think, sometimes there are situations where everybody else knows too much about a problem, and somebody who's looking at it with fresh eyes can help. But very rarely was I asked to look at any coding.
Were you still with this company in 2019?
Yes, I was. Sorry.
And that's about the same time that Heather is coming, finally bringing it to a head to collect this divorce obligations that you have failed to perform?
Yes.
So when you agreed to pay her $1.5 million, what made you think that you had $1.5 million?
Mr. Jim McIntyre told me I did. If I could back up just a little,
Please.
Because that year, the year 2018 into early 2019, a lot had happened. In May, we were told to leave our house. He said that there were arrests being made and that there was nobody. It was a holiday weekend, I believe it was Memorial Day weekend, and that he was worried we would not be safe if we stayed there, that somebody might do something rash, and we were terrified. We kind of grabbed our dog and we went down to Williamsburg, Virginia. There's a naval base right outside Williamsburg, Naval Weapons Station Yorktown, that has little vacation cabins on, and we kind of huddled down there for the weekend and came back thinking that everything was over. It was not over, obviously. Things continued. If anything, it picked up pace. The money disappearing, the issues with our bank accounts, the issues with emails, mail, vandalism of our house. So we were in contact with Mr. McIntyre, or man we knew as Mr. McIntyre again, and he started looking for other suspects. He said at that time it was clear that somebody else was doing this, and he was casting a wider net.
Why would Jim McIntyre know how much money you had?
Because there was a large sale or licensing agreement that was completed at some point. I wasn't getting paid by this company. I was paid only in stock options, and I was told that this large sum of money was being given to me. I believe this was late 2018. Honestly, it felt kind of like a lottery ticket. It was something that I had never expected, but we had real issues with getting a large chunk of money because we couldn't put a couple $100s into our account without it going missing within a matter of minutes, if not hours. So during that time, he said he set up a trust. He showed us extensive documentation where it would be invested and care would be taken of it, and it wouldn't be anything that we could touch or until it was safe to do so, and also it would be, thankfully, something that nobody else could touch because of that same reason.
So eventually you go into court in Virginia because Heather's attempting to get this $1.5 million from you, correct?
Yes, and we were dealing with two loans that were both under $20,000 and a mortgage that was about $550,000, maybe $600,000. So this $1.5 million was something that Jim had suggested to me to make an offer to her, both because in the lead up we were unsure if Heather might be involved in what was going on against us. She was one of many suspects that he discussed with us. He went into really great depth in everybody in our life, and he said this was one of those situations where if she wasn't involved, I would never have to pay her anything. It would all be forfeited when she was arrested. If she was not involved, she had suffered along with us through this. There was an effect on her life. Things that she had to deal with in terms of her employment. So,
why would you tell the judge that Mindi was the impediment to you paying $1.5 million?
At the time, that's what I was told.
And you heard the judge warn you that you better come up with that money in the next week, correct?
Absolutely.
And what did the judge tell you would happen if you didn't come up with that money in the next week?
That I'd be held in contempt and, arrested.
Did you come up with that money in the next week?
I believed I did.
Why did you believe you did?
Because when I returned home, both Mindi and Jim McIntyre were there. I thought I was going to have to go to Atlanta to meet with Mindi. She had been gone for several days, but Jim said that this was, kind of his last investigative step into Heather, into Mrs. Thomas, and he said that she was not involved in what was going on, that he had wired the money. I had a wire confirmation, and I had bank documents later showing that money coming out of the trust, and I assumed that everything was settled.
Do you have any of that documentation right now?
I do not anymore.
Why not?
Because we left that house later that year, and I don't know if we left it there or if it has something that we lost over time, but we moved a lot, so.
You say, when you say you left that house, you're referring to the house in Alexandria?
Yes, yeah, the Adrian Drive house in Alexandria, the one that Heather and I had purchased together.
So the court issue was January of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
When did you leave your house in Alexandria?
I left my house in Alexandria in late October of 2019.
And did you leave the state of Virginia at that time?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the Charlottesville, Virginia area. It's roughly 2 hours southwest of Alexandria.
Why did you move to Charlottesville?
We were looking at relocating to Charlottesville. It was an area that we both like. It's more rural. It's very pretty, and we were hoping to live there.
Where did you stay in Charlottesville?
We stayed at a rental property, and I was told that the gym, within a day or two, had rented us a longer-term rental that we could use, and that we would be moving into that.
Where were all of your personal and household effects at that time?
So we had 3 groups of stuff. We were told to leave with roughly 2 weeks of stuff because that's what it would take for us, everything else to catch up with us. We had a moving pod at the house that I personally packed up with, 90% of what we owned. And then we had some things that I was worried were too delicate to put in a pod. I called Mr. McIntyre and said, if I put this in here, it's going to be destroyed. Things like photographs, framed pictures, china. And he said to get a local storage unit, put it in there, and give him the key, and then he would help. He would have it moved later on.
And was it moved later on?
I have absolutely no idea.
You weren't concerned that all of your goods...
I was very concerned about our things, but I was told it was moved, but I have absolutely no idea if it was actually moved.
And who found your place in Charlottesville?
I found our initial rental in Charlottesville. He had found what he told us was going to be the long-term place that we were.
And where was that long-term place?
I believe it was Nelson County, or it's a little west of Charlottesville, and I haven't been there in a couple of years, so I forget the exact name of the county.
Now, you're still working for APIS Limited at this time?
I am, 12, 15 hours a day at times.
12, 15 hours a day?
Yes.
What were you doing for 12 to 15 hours a day?
Reviewing data, reviewing memos, typing memos.
Anything other than that riveting work?
No. A lot of time staring at a computer screen.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. The night that we arrived there, or possibly the next day, I was assaulted at the house that he had set up as a long-term rental. At that time, he had told me that I was being targeted by members of my family, most specifically my father, Wayne Kassotis.
Did you believe that?
I did believe that.
Why would you believe that your own father would travel to Charlottesville and assault you?
At that time, we had been looking at literally everyone in our lives. My ex-wife, Mindy's ex-boyfriend, a former boss of Mindy's best friend who had tried to assault her at one point. Anyone who might have ill will held against us. And he, at some point he had come back to us in mid to late 2019 and said, I have information, that this is being perpetrated by your family for reasons unknown. At the time, At the time, he said he assumed it was financial because of this large amount of money that we had received. And things were very bad with my family at this point. We were, we've always been very close, but things were. We weren't speaking. Things had gotten so strained that we were not in contact at all. He and somebody that he had put me on the phone with, to talk about kind of.
I'm going to interrupt you for a
Okay.
moment to ask you to try to not use pronouns where it's unclear who you're referring to.
I'm sorry.
So when you say he, can you continue and use actual names?
Yeah. Jim had set me up to speak with somebody over the phone. I'd been in therapy before, and somebody he said was a therapist who said I showed a lot of signs of repressed abuse at the hands of my family. That we had extremely unhealthy things going on within the family structure, and at the time it kind of unfortunately made sense just because of how bad things were, and it was so strange and frankly so scary at the time. We had been, this is mid-2019, we had been dealing with this now for over 2 years, and it was only getting worse.
What kind of assault did you suffer?
I was attacked from behind. Somebody hit me with something hard. I don't know if it was a board or a baseball bat or something, but I was hit multiple times. I was kicked in the face.
Did you seek medical treatment?
I did.
Did you make reports to law enforcement?
I believed I did. I made that night. I called Mr. McIntyre and told him what had happened. He was the one who brought me to a medical clinic the next day, the following morning.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. We were very concerned. He told us at that time that he was taking over, making all of our rental arrangements, and we started doing what we would unfortunately do for some time to come, which was moving fairly regularly. Packing everything up, sometimes on only an hour notice, and going to another house. So we did that for, I guess we got there the beginning of November or the very end of October, and we were there until right before Christmas.
There being Charlottesville?
I'm sorry, we were in Charlottesville or the surrounding areas. I don't know that we were ever in Charlottesville proper, but we were in the surrounding areas for 2 months.
And why did you leave Charlottesville?
He said that he felt like it would be better for us to get out of Virginia for a while. After the assault, Mindi also wanted to spend Christmas with her family. Her family all lived at this point in South Carolina, the Hilton Head area. I'm not sure exactly if her parents were in that immediate area at the time, but her family would all be in Hilton Head for Christmas.
Forgive me, pronouns are the bane of my existence.
Yes,
Could you try to use a name? He is who in this instance?
He is Jim McIntyre.
Okay. So where did you move to?
At this point, we moved into a rental in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Who found that rental?
He did.
Who paid for that rental?
I came to learn later that Cameron Nelson paid for that rental, though at the time I believed he was paying for it.
Why did you believe Cameron Nelson was paying for that rental?
At the time, I believed Jim McIntyre was paying for the rental.
At the time you believed it.
Yes.
Why would you believe Jim McIntyre, this FBI agent, is paying for the rental of your homes?
I assumed that he was paying for it out of our own money, but because he had access to this trust, I didn't think this was coming out of FBI funds or anything.
Why did he have access to your money?
Because he was keeping it safe for us, was our understanding.
So you moved to the Airbnb in Hilton Head. How long were you there?
I don't know that it was an Airbnb. It was
Oh,
a
sorry.
vacation rental. I never saw any of these rental documents. So we were there for no more than a week, and then we were told to move and go to a different rental, also in Hilton Head.
Who told you to move?
Jim McIntyre.
Why?
Because he said that if we stayed in one place too long, that we might be found, that it was dangerous.
How were you feeling at this time?
I was frankly terrified. I mean, even we had our dog Rusty. Bringing Rusty out to the bathroom was kind of a fraught exercise. I was always worried that somebody was going to be driving by and see us. I was still physically suffering the the aftermath and mentally suffering the aftermath of the assault, I was absolutely terrified all of the time.
So approximately, when did you move to Hilton Head?
We moved to Hilton Head in roughly late December of 2019. It was either Christmas Eve or we might have arrived the night before that. I believe we arrived the night before, the evening of December 23rd.
And how long did you stay in Hilton Head on this portion?
We stayed in Hilton Head for just over 6 months. We left the second week of June.
And how many places did you live in over that 6-month period?
I would be estimating, but 15 to 25.
You moved 15 to 20 times during that 6-month period.
Yes.
How would you move your things?
We had, at that time, a couple of cardboard boxes. As time went on, those obviously get destroyed. And we had plastic bins that were delivered to us. And when those would get destroyed, we would get new ones. And they would get beat up too.
Did you have a vehicle at this point in time?
At this point in time, we did, yes. We had my Chevy Silverado.
So of those approximately 15 places that you lived in Hilton Head during this time, early 2020, how were those places procured?
By Mr. Jim McIntyre. We never knew when we would move. We never knew when we would move out. Sometimes we would be in a place for 6 or 7 weeks. Those were rare but wonderful, and sometimes it would be every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes with literally an hour to pack. He would say, "You have to be out of the house in an hour. This is where you're going. This is the code to get in. Pack your things."
Why did you believe Jim McIntyre was paying for all these places?
I believed that the money was being paid for us. I believed that he was protecting us because of this investigation.
How did Jim McIntyre get Cameron's credit card information?
I have
Let me just finish the question,
sorry.
please. In order to have Cameron pay for all of this?
I have absolutely no idea.
Did you provide it to him?
I did not.
But Cameron provided you with her credit card information, correct?
Yes, Cameron provided me with a physical credit card as well as the billing address that I believed we were using for food from time to time, and 2 initial rentals when we had first left our home. One in Alexandria where we stayed while I was packing up the home, and then the first one in Charlottesville where I thought we would be. And I specifically reached out to her about those 2 rentals, and then I did not think that we were putting anything else large on that card, so we did not talk about it for some time.
You gave Jim McIntyre access to your financials?
I gave Jim McIntyre access to literally everything. I believed because of the investigation and that it was necessary. Financial, my bank accounts, my email accounts, my social media accounts, absolutely everything. And so did Mindi.
I'm sorry, tell me the full list, if you will, of everything that you gave Jim McIntyre access to.
He had access to our home. He had a spare key to our home as well as the alarm code while we lived there. He had all of our bank accounts, USAA and a couple others that we had tried to pick up to do that. He had, at this point, our mail. We had initially moved our mail to a post office because of the constant issues we had getting our mail. It would just, sometimes for days we would not get any mail, and then we would get things that slipped through that said, well, you haven't paid this bill that we hadn't received. Shortly before we left, we moved our mail to a service down in Florida that would scan it and hold on to it for you, let you know what it was. So he had access to that, all of our social media, both of our social media, anything from Reddit to Twitter to Instagram to Facebook. He also had our Signal. So Signal is a encrypted messaging app. I know we've heard a little talk about it. You can mirror Signal from your phone to a computer so that you could use either the phone or the computer. He had us mirror our Signal accounts to I thought professional computers of his, so that he could monitor those conversations as well.
Okay. I'll ask you to just slow down just a little bit
to
make sure the court reporter gets everything.
Yes, sir.
So eventually you leave Hilton Head, correct?
Yes, in late May of 2020, Mindi had a large argument with her brother and then a smaller argument with her parents, and said that she didn't feel like she wanted to stay in the area anymore. And Jim asked us how we felt about Charleston, South Carolina.
When you say not wanting to stay in the area, her family was in that area?
Yes, her family was in the area.
Who lived in that area?
Her brother Frank the Fourth, a lot of Franks. Frank the Fourth, and then his wife Megan at the time. And sorry, they are, to my understanding, still married. I mean, at the time because they had a child later. And I believe that Mindy's parents and her youngest brother Matthew also lived in the area at the time. Her parents Betsy and Frank the Third, and then Matthew, who is, I guess at this point in his early 20s, but back then was still in high school.
So in that first half of 2020 period, how would you describe the relationship that you had with Frank the Fourth and Megan?
I thought it was generally quite good, though when he and Mindi had their large argument, I didn't speak to them. You know, it's kind of, you know, if your wife is fighting with her brother, you don't talk to her brother. You let them deal with it.
Okay. So again, I'm sorry. Would you tell me again where did you move after May of 2020?
We moved very briefly to Charleston, South Carolina.
Why did you move to Charleston?
It was something that Jim had suggested, you know, how we felt about it. Neither of us had ever been to Charleston, and we said we would try it.
What kind of work, if any, was Mindi doing at this time?
Mindi was not doing any work at this time.
Why not?
She had left her job shortly before we got married. And it was not a healthy office environment. She had briefly run an events company in Virginia, but that wasn't really work she enjoyed. It was just something that she did, I think, to keep busy. And she had launched a podcast, but after the first season of that, because of everything else that was happening, she did not do the work for the second season.
While you're moving 15 times in Hilton Head, who knows how many times after that, you'd mentioned strange things earlier. Were strange things continuing to happen to you?
I mean, we still did not have access to any of our bank accounts. We couldn't even log into our bank accounts. You know, we tried on various occasions, and, you know, it would say, you know, the password doesn't work. If we reset the password, we wouldn't even get the email. But other than that, like, physically, we were not still having the damage to the houses that we were in, anything like that.
Okay. How long are you in Charleston?
We are in Charleston for only a week.
Why only a week?
A couple things. Mindi had Mindi throughout this stretch had some health issues. She had been very sick back in February, and then had something that we just didn't understand in June. Was at the hospital for a couple days, but neither one of us really liked Charleston. I'm not a city guy, so it was a little too developed. You know, not enough privacy. So we said to Mr. McIntyre that, you know, it wasn't a place that we thought that we would, you know, see ourselves long term, and he said that he would find something else. And a day or two later, he came up with Beaufort, South Carolina.
You referenced, we'll get to Beaufort in a moment. You referenced Mindi's health issues. What health issues was she having at this time?
She got very sick in February. You know, over the course of 2020, I, you know, did kind of extensive spreadsheets on when I thought she had different symptoms. She had, you know, at the time what appeared to be a very nasty cold, but, you know, later I questioned whether it might be COVID. And then in June, the week we spent in Charleston, she had some sort of I don't know what you would call it, a spell. She started shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were very, very large. Her pupils dilated almost to the edge of her eyes. I was absolutely terrified.
So what kind of treatment, if any, did she get for that?
I was told that she went to the there's a large hospital in Charleston. I forget what it's called. I think it's affiliated with a college or university, but I was told she was brought there, that they tested her extensively and couldn't find anything over the period of 2 or 3 days, and she was better and returned.
This is all very passive voice. You didn't take her to the hospital?
I did not. Mr. McIntyre took her to the hospital. This was a concern of ours throughout, that when she was seeking medical treatment, because of our insurance, because of our last names, that this was going to pop up somewhere that could potentially be used to identify us.
You say because of your insurance. What insurance did you have in 2020?
At this point, I believe we had Medicaid or Medicare. I had not procured it, so I'm not 100% sure. Mr. McIntyre had signed us up, and
Do you recall what state that?
it was in Virginia. We still had Virginia driver's license. We were still registered to vote in Virginia. He told us that we would maintain that until we settled somewhere where we knew we were going to settle. This was kind of a moving target to find out where we were going to end up.
So who decided to leave Charleston?
We told Mr. McIntyre that was not a place we wanted to stay long term, and therefore, if we could, a city, especially if you're very concerned about your safety, there's a lot more people moving around, there's a lot more traffic, it did not do anything to calm us.
So where'd you go next?
We went to Beaufort, South Carolina. It's a little town, I guess probably 45 minutes to an hour northeast of Savannah.
And how long were you at Beaufort?
We were in Beaufort for 8 months until mid to late February of 2021.
Where did you stay in Beaufort?
Again, we moved regularly, probably another 15 to 20 places there.
And how did you procure those places to reside?
Mr. McIntyre procured those places.
Okay.
Now at this time we had learned that Miss Nelson was paying for those places.
How did you learn that?
In April, so 2020 was the COVID year. In April, she had sent.
She is who?
Cameron Nelson had sent Mindy and I a message saying that because her husband runs restaurants, and at the time it looked like all restaurants might be shutting down for the foreseeable future, that she would not be able to keep paying for our rentals if things did not change quickly.
Did you learn at that time exactly how much money she had lent you up to this point?
I had not, no. I was livid. It was at this time that we learned that Mr. McIntyre was not a federal agent.
How did you learn that?
I had a conversation with him as to why this was, why he was charging a friend of mine's card. Why wasn't there, either coming from our own money or some sort of official fund. Why this was happening. And I made some reference to wanting to speak to his superior, and he said, Nick, I'm not an FBI agent. Why would you think that?
Did you continue to maintain your relationship with him after you found out about this?
We did, after following, probably the worst argument that Mindy and I ever had.
What was that argument about?
He moved us in the days after that to a rental that we were not happy with. At this point, we were living with Mindy's father and mother, Betsy and Frank III, as well as Matthew, the youngest brother. He had moved us to a rental that we were not happy with, but for the first time, we actually had a rental agreement that showed how long the rental had been paid for. It was a different company than I think they were normally procured through. So for the first time, we knew that we had, I forget if it was a week or a week and a half, and I said this is, we shouldn't be dealing with this anymore. Like we have a week or a week and a half. We've got to figure out a plan. We've got to, cut ties with Jim. Like I feel like I've been lied to for years.
But you didn't cut ties with Jim, correct?
We did not. No, Mindy felt that Jim was our, our angel. She said, he had made mistakes, but we would be in the position to fix all those mistakes. And if we stopped working together, then who knows, if his resolve to see this end in our favor was going to go away. What would we be doing in the meantime? Actually, she when I said, I think we can figure this out, but she got out of our truck and walked all the way to her brother's house. It was like 5 or 6 miles.
Did you inquire of Jim McIntyre why he was doing all of this work for you if he was not with the FBI?
Absolutely.
What did you learn?
I learned that he was the majority investor in this company that I was working for. He also said that he had worked extensively with the FBI, and I had many phone calls with people I believed to be, even following that FBI agents.
You mentioned living with Betsy and Frank III, correct?
Yes.
When did you first live with them?
This would have been April, right around the time of the COVID shutdowns, the first COVID shutdown. So late March, early April of 2020, Frank III had a knee surgery, and he was living with Frank IV at the time, but given that entire house is on 3 levels and the living levels are all a full level up in the air from the garage area, then he was not going to be able to get up those stairs following his surgery and was not going to be able to maneuver around the house following the surgery. So we asked Mr. McIntyre to ensure that we had a 1-level rental that had enough bedrooms, and Frank and Betsy came, and Matthew came as well. I think he was a high school kid. I think he kind of enjoyed sleeping somewhere away from home.
So what was the point where you were living with Frank IV, in Frank IV's home?
That was not until the following February.
Okay. So you leave Beaufort, South Carolina, February of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then where do you go?
We go to Frank IV's house in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How long are you at Frank IV's house?
16 months. We leave in June of 2022.
How much were you paying him to stay there?
We were not paying him to stay there.
Did you feel like a freeloader?
I absolutely did.
Why didn't you pay him any money to stay in his home?
We had no money to pay him.
I thought you have a job with Apis Limited.
Yes, that job, I was told was generating money, but we did not have a bank account at this point. We did not have access to any of these funds. We asked multiple times for Jim to send money to Frank to offset the cost. We understood that there was food, there was dog food, involved in this, but he said he always said he would look into it, and then he would always say, if I do this, it's potential that somebody's going to learn where you are.
Why did you leave Frank IV's home?
He filed to evict us from the home.
Why did he have to take that step?
I didn't think he had to take the step, but there had been a lot of discussions about when we were leaving. We would be given a date, then the date would pass, and I think he got tired. He got tired of waiting.
When did you eventually leave Frank IV's home?
I believe it was June of 2022.
And where did you go after you left Frank IV? Oh, let me go back to Frank IV's home. Who all was living in Frank IV's home at the time you were living there?
Yeah, it was myself and Mindy. Betsy, Mindy's mom, was living there the entire time we were there, as well as Frank IV and his wife Megan and their daughter Harper, who had been born in late 2020. I think September 2020, if memory serves. At some point, Frank the third also moved into the house after we had been there maybe 6 to 9 months. I don't remember the exact date. Matthew never lived there. Matthew had finished high school in Dublin, Georgia, and while he visited, multiple times, he then was going to a junior college somewhere in Georgia.
When you left in June of 2022, where did you? Oh, let me go back. At this time, when you were living with Frank IV, again, was there any of this weirdness, strangeness that you described going on then?
No. Actually, this was the safest place we had felt in some time, both because of Frank IV's background, the security at the house, and the setup of where the house was located.
And very briefly, What is Frank IV's background?
He's a police officer.
Where did you go when you left in June of 2022?
We went to a La Quinta hotel in, actually, I think this one was a motel in Savannah for 5 days, and then we moved to a La Quinta hotel in Savannah. I believe they're both in what's called the Midtown area, but I don't know the Savannah neighborhoods that well, to be sure.
Who found the first La Quinta that you moved into?
Mrs. Betsy Mebin.
Who paid for that?
She paid for that first one, for those 5 days, and then I believe she paid for 2 days at the second one.
Why did you move from the first La Quinta to the second?
We were coming up on the weekend, and she told me to go in and book us for the weekend. And when I went in, the price was much more than I anticipated it would be. So I contacted her, and she said, no, that's way too high. And then she contacted the other one and found their prices for the weekends to be significantly lower, and said she would come and pick us up and move us.
Do you know why Jim McIntyre didn't find you a place to live?
We were very angry with Jim at this time
Why?
because we felt that he had made this situation with Frank, untenable. Frank the Fourth untenable. Jim had made the situation with Frank the Fourth untenable by promising things and then not delivering on them for a long time, and we were trying to assert some boundaries with him.
Okay. Where did you go after the second La Quinta?
After the second La Quinta, we moved into the house at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah.
Who found that house?
I found that house
How did you find it?
on Airbnb.
Who paid for that Airbnb?
I paid for that Airbnb.
You had no income. How did you pay for that Airbnb?
At that point, I did have income. I had sold a short story to Sony Pictures and had made several $100,000, and we had managed to get that money. And one of our boundaries with Jim was we were going to understand where we lived, how long we lived there, and we were going to pay for it.
Was that short story fact or fiction?
That was fiction.
What type of fiction was it?
Horror fiction, dark fiction,
Would you describe...
scary stories.
I'm sorry.
I said scary stories.
Yeah, would you describe what dark fiction is?
Yeah, it's horror, thrillers, things of that nature. Stories that are meant to be scary and exciting.
How did you get involved in that?
I had read it for, pretty much my entire life, and then I started writing it as a hobby. I'm not exactly sure. 2016, 2017. Nothing at that point that I anticipated being anything more than a hobby that was shared, anonymously on Reddit.
Yeah. How did you publish those short stories?
Later, I published several, but at the time, I would just post them on Reddit, and people would comment on them, and it was just kind of fun and kind of an escape.
Would you describe what Reddit is?
Reddit is a largely text-based website that has little sub-communities on basically everything. There was a well-known sub-community on there called No Sleep that is people sharing a specific type of scary stories. One's written basically from the viewpoint of the person that is telling them. Almost all, if not all,
No.
entirely fictional.
What was the name of the short story that you licensed to Sony?
My mother-in-law is poisoning me, and then I found out why.
What's the name of the mother-in-law?
Betsy.
How'd you come up with that name?
Betsy was my mother-in-law.
What was your relationship like with Betsy?
Fantastic.
Can you describe the plot of that short story?
Yeah, a young woman is married to somebody, and she feels like she's being poisoned by his mother-in-law every time she visits his in-laws' house, and nobody believes her, and over time it all comes to a head. It turns out that the mother-in-law is giving her something to make her sick because the mother-in-law is concerned that the husband is going to kill her for insurance money. The mother-in-law is the hero of the story. She is keeping her safe and sick and in the house so that the evil husband, who winds up dying at the end of the story, does not bring her out and kill her for money.
Is the evil husband modeled after you?
No.
How much did you sell that how much money did you get selling that short story to Sony?
$300,000.
Was that the complete amount that was paid by Sony?
No, the complete amount was $400,000.
What happened to the other $100,000?
Lawyers, managers, agents.
When did you receive the $300,000 from Sony?
Late June of 2022.
And how did you receive that money? In what form?
It was sent to a bank account that Mr. McIntyre had said he was comfortable with their security, that he was going to help keep safe. Renaissance Bank, I believe there's one right across the street from here.
I thought you told law enforcement that Jim McIntyre facilitated giving you that money.
He facilitated in that, he made sure that I could get it safely. He also said that he was involved. The original story got picked up by Sony because it went kind of viral. It was featured on a TikTok channel. I don't use TikTok, but it got attention there, and then from there it spread to Twitter. He said that he was working with some, I don't know what you would call it, web-based companies that are designed to get attention on certain things.
Now, you said that you had learned prior to this that actually Cameron's credit card had been used to pay for a lot of your rentals and expenses, correct?
Yes, that's true.
So when you received that $300,000, how much of that did you give to Cameron?
I did not give any of that to Cameron.
And why not?
Because I believed that there was more money coming shortly thereafter, and that this was the money that we were going to both get ourselves settled with and get Mindy's parents settled with.
When did you move in, approximately, when did you move into the Airbnb on East 65th Street?
Late June of 2022. I believe it was the 26th or 27th.
Can you describe that Airbnb?
Yeah, it's a small house, one level. You walk up 2 or 3 steps to get in, and then it enters into a small living space. There's a sofa along that front wall. Sorry, I'll stop gesturing. I know that the record can't pick it up. Directly across from there is a small hallway. In the center of the hallway, there's a bathroom with a shower, and on either ends of that hallway, there are the 2 bedrooms of the house. To your right, there's what appears to be a small extension with another bathroom that contains a bathtub and the washer and dryer. If you continue to your left, it kind of makes an L shape, though if you look at the house from above, it is a rectangle because of those bedrooms. You have your kitchen, a small eating area, and then around that corner, you have another living area with a TV and access to the backyard.
Can you describe the backyard?
Backyard, it was nice. It was fairly large. It had a chain link fence all the way around. There was a large tree. There were neighbors fairly close on either side that we could see, but it was a family on one side and a kind of a construction area on the other side, and then back to a lane where they would collect the trash from, and people would sometimes drive down it.
We've seen a lot about a Ford Explorer. When did you purchase that Ford Explorer?
I purchased that Ford Explorer in late July of 2022.
And where did the funds come from to purchase that Ford Explorer?
From Sony, from that picture contract, movie contract.
Who lived in that house, the Airbnb on 65th Street?
Myself and Mindy, and Frank the Third and Betsy. We all moved in on the same day.
And do you know why Frank the Third and Betsy were living with you then?
Because they had also been told that they had to leave Frank the Fourth and Megan's house, and they did not have a place to go.
So there's 4 of you living in this house plus Rusty, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't mean to leave off Rusty. How was your relationship?
With Rusty?
Between the 4 of you.
Oh, between the 4 of us?
Among the
For the
4.
most part, it was very good. Mindy sometimes had a difficult relationship with her father. They would have arguments, and these were kind of long-standing things that went back to her youth, her college days, things of that nature. But we all got along very well, and Mindy was exceptionally close with her mother.
What were you doing for work at this time?
I was continuing to work for APIS at this time. At this point, the name had changed to APIS.
And what was Mindy doing at this time?
Mindy was not working at this time. I mean, she would make phone calls or things that Jim told her to do, and that was kind of regular throughout. But I believe those to be about our situation, not about any sort of work she was doing.
Can you describe the average day for you and Mindy while y'all were living there?
Yeah, absolutely. I would wake up generally around 8:30, 8:45. That was generally the time that Frank and Betsy would leave, so that Betsy could go to work. They only had one car, so Frank would bring her to work and then come home, so he would have a car during the day. So I think I would normally hear them leaving and get up. I would bring Rusty outside to the bathroom. I would make coffee, and I would start working. I would take a break to take a shower midday, have a bite to eat, and I would continue working until generally 1 or 2 in the morning.
And did you leave the house during that time?
Not
on
reg-
an average day, would you?
On an average day, I would say no, but as time went on, I did leave the house more. But sometimes I would go out to pick up something that we needed for the house or pick up food. But on an average day, especially when we first got there, we had everything delivered, and I would go out very little.
And what about Mindy? What did you observe about her average day?
On her average day, she would not leave the house at all.
Why not?
She was terrified that she would be killed if she did.
Why was she terrified she would be killed? Do you know why she was terrified she would be killed?
Jim told her that while he felt that at this point my family was going to wanted to get me back in the fold, so to speak. He said that's why I hadn't been killed in Charlottesville when I was assaulted. But he said that they viewed Mindy as an impediment, and that they would have killed her had they had the chance.
But you left the house.
I left the house.
Weren't you terrified to leave the house?
I was always terrified to leave the house. But I believed Mindy to be pregnant throughout this, and I don't know. It was my job.
Well, let's talk about that. Why did you believe Mindy to be pregnant?
Mindy told me that she was pregnant.
When did she tell you she was pregnant?
We were still at Frank and Megan's when she said she had taken a pregnancy test and that it was positive.
Did you see the test?
I don't know if I saw that test. I'd seen a test before, but I may have, I may not have. I just don't remember.
Had she ever previously been pregnant?
She had, roughly a year before, July of 2021. We had lost a baby.
Did the two of you, well, let's start with you. What people outside this immediate family unit of 4 folks were you in communication with?
At this point, Cameron Nelson, Angela Wynn. Sometimes we would talk to. We had some other friends that we didn't talk to as much. A couple of friends of mine from law school I would contact once in a while. Mindy's friends Angela and DJ, her friend Elizabeth. But I would say most of our real communications, I'll say, talking to people were with those people.
Tell me about your relationship with Cameron Nelson.
Cameron has always been both a friend and a mentor. Cameron as an attorney, as an officer, as a human being, is somebody I've always wanted to emulate. I frankly think the world of her.
What about your relationship with Angela Wynn?
Angela and I were always friendly. I liked Angela a lot. We didn't know each other as well. By the time I met Mindy, Angela had moved to Tennessee, so I saw her on various visits, our wedding, and then I would talk to her sometimes online. But so we didn't get a chance to know each other quite as well. But I've always thought very highly of Angela.
How did you communicate with Cameron?
Through Signal.
Why Signal?
Because we were told that our communications, especially our communications with friends and family, should be through Signal.
Are you aware of any communication that Mindy had with people outside the home?
No, that's not something we would talk about generally. I mean, I knew that Mindy talked to people. I could hear her on the phone. Sometimes she would mention talking to somebody by name, but I mean, the scope of these conversations was not something that we ever discussed.
Did the two of you ever socialize with people from outside the home while you were living at 65th Street?
Never.
Why not?
Because we were scared to. I mean, frankly, the only people I thought knew precisely where we were at this time were Frank and Betsy, who literally lived with us, and Jim.
Okay. Let's begin to approach the time of Mindy's murder.
Yes, sir.
You purchased a shovel at Home Depot at the beginning of November, I believe November 4th. Why?
I was trying to do some work in the crawl space of the house just to prevent future issues with the mosquitoes that we had been plagued with when we moved in, and that I was trying to find a permanent solution to before we left.
Please tell the jury about the mosquito issue.
Yeah, when we moved in, there were mosquitoes in the house. At the time, we didn't think anything of it. It's Georgia in the summer. You're going to have mosquitoes. In August, Frank and Betsy had gone away for 2 or 3 weeks. They went up to Illinois or Wisconsin to see Matthew play baseball in a summer league he was in. And things got exponentially worse with the mosquitoes while they were gone. I had bought one of those little lamps that attracted them and put it in the bathroom where we seemed to be having more. And I opened the bathroom one night and there were thousands of mosquitoes in the bathroom. It really does attract them, but they were coming up. At that time, we realized that the vanity in the bathroom had, when it was installed, they had cut a large hole in the wall that was open to the crawl space under the house and had not patched it up. So they were coming up literally under the vanity.
And did you attempt to correct that?
I did. I did multiple things in the house to correct it.
How did you attempt to correct it?
Temporarily, I tried to I did just duct tape it over. Then we went about trying to seal it in different ways with foam, with spackle, at one point with wood, but that didn't work out at all. We were also concerned at various points that the mosquitoes were getting into the HVAC system, because we would sometimes see them popping out of the little vents up in the ceiling. So I went, one morning I bought a step ladder, and I went around the entire house and I fit window screens with tape over the interior, all of those, so that if they were getting in somewhere, they would not be able to get out into any of the rooms in the house.
Tell me about the time around Thanksgiving. What was going on in your house then?
Mindy was not doing well. Her pregnancy was, what I believe to be her pregnancy was very difficult. She had a lot of health issues. I was helping her take her blood pressure every night. I was helping her get in and out of bed. I thought that she was really physically struggling, and I was trying to help her and trying to ensure that she was okay, that she and the baby were okay.
Okay. Did you travel out of town over Thanksgiving?
No.
Did anyone in the house travel out of town over Thanksgiving?
Betsy and Frank traveled out of town.
Do you know where they went?
I believe they went to Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Do you recall when they left?
They left the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The day before Thanksgiving, that would be.
And when did they return?
They returned the Sunday after Thanksgiving. So 3 days after Thanksgiving.
Do you recall the date?
I do. I could figure it out.
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
What were you doing and Mindy? What were you and Mindy doing while your in-laws were in Hilton Head?
Really nothing. I mean, I made some food for Thanksgiving. Mindy, had a very hard time standing upright for any length of time. So we might have watched some TV. Sometimes we would do that if we had the house to ourselves, because the TV was out in the room. Y'all have seen some pictures of it. It's got 2 chairs and the futon. That was generally the room that Frank the Third and Betsy sat in and watched TV. I worked in the other living room that didn't have a TV. It had the couch. So, but if they weren't home, then we would sometimes sit in there and watch something if she was feeling up to it.
And during that Thanksgiving weekend, were you ever away from your home?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to look at some apartments. We were trying to leave the area, and we were trying to find a place for Frank and Betsy to live when we left the area, because we wanted to make sure that they were taken care of. We didn't want to leave them in the lurch as we thought that they had been left in the lurch before.
Where did you go to look for homes?
I believe I looked at a home in Savannah, and I believe I looked at a home in Hilton Head. But during this time frame, I looked at multiple homes for them, both online and in person. So I'm not exactly sure if that's where I went.
Okay. Did you ever hear from Mindy while you were away from home Thanksgiving weekend?
Yes, I did.
What did you hear?
I got a message from her that she was leaving the home, that she was concerned, and she was going to get medical attention.
Did you rush home to assist her in getting medical attention?
I did not. I asked her if she thought I should come back, and she said that she didn't need, that she was going to be picked up and that she was all right.
Did she tell you where she was going to get medical attention?
We had discussed it in prior days that she was going to be taken to a birthing center, that a doctor or the man I believe to be a doctor who had been seeing her in the home worked at or was affiliated with in some way. Mr. McIntyre was comfortable with that because we were very scared again about the medical issues, with insurance, with payments, with our location being found.
So you're still in communication with the person you call Jim McIntyre?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and not just about this. I mean, other than Mindy, he was the person I spoke to more than anyone else for years. He knew, personal things about me, stresses, issues with Mindy's family when there were the arguments there. I mean, we didn't just talk like, oh, people are trying to kill you. How do you feel about that? It was the kind of conversations you would have with a close friend.
Who found Mindy's doctors?
Mindy did, I believe.
Do you know the names of her doctors?
I do not.
Who found the birthing center?
I believe that came from Mindy's doctor.
Okay. What did you find when you returned home during Thanksgiving weekend?
Mindy was gone.
When was the next time you heard from Mindy?
I continued to receive signal messages from Mindy over the next several days.
And what was the contents of those messages?
I was told on I believe Sunday that I should be preparing to leave again. This was something that had come up multiple times where we were told to pack, and then a few days later we would unpack. It was a constant hassle and stress. But I was told to pack just the things that we would need just for a couple of days, and that we might be leaving very, very quickly in the future.
And who had told you to prepare to leave?
I believe that came from Mindy, or I believed at the time that came from Mindy.
Why would Mindy direct you to leave the home, if you know?
Because I thought we were leaving the home. Our plan had never been to stay in Savannah. That was a temporary spot, and I believed that we were going to be leaving in the near future. And I believed that based on what she was being told, that that was happening.
Where were you planning on moving to?
At the time, we were planning on moving to Missouri.
What did you plan on doing once you got to Missouri?
Have the baby and settle there and try to put our lives back together to an extent. We'd get to see family and friends that we hadn't seen, or we had we hadn't seen some of our friends in years.
When did you already said that. When did you next see Mindy?
I never saw Mindy again.
Why not?
I got messages Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday that I thought were from her. Everything seemed positive. And Thursday said I received a phone call and was told she'll be ready to pick up this afternoon. I'd sent her a few messages that hadn't heard back. I assumed she was either napping or undergoing some sort of test that she didn't have her phone with her. But that evening, Thursday, December 1st, I was told that she had died.
Who told you that she had died?
A man at a medical clinic of some sort that I went to.
Where was the medical clinic you went to?
Somewhere in Savannah or the greater Savannah area. I don't know Savannah very well, so
What was the name of the man that told you that?
I do not recall.
Tell me about what happened when you got to the birthing center and spoke to this man.
I was brought back. He's kind of waiting for me. I was brought to an office, and I assumed I was getting, like I'd gotten before, with various medications or various tools of like the blood pressure cuff that I tested her with, that I was going to get some sort of instruction on aftercare. And he sat me down and said, I'm very sorry to tell you that Mindi passed away very suddenly today.
Did you ask to see her?
I did.
What was the result of that?
He said I could not at that time. My understanding leaving, I don't recall his exact words. I was an absolute wreck. But my understanding was that there was going to be an autopsy, so I assumed that she was being prepped for that, or she had already been transported somewhere for that.
How did you feel when you were told you couldn't see your wife?
I was distraught, but I believed that I was going to see her I believed that I would get a chance to see her.
What did you do next?
He had me sign some forms that I believed were for the autopsy, some sort of a release, and then I drove home.
How were you told she died?
At that time, I was not. He said that she had died very suddenly, that she had been brought back from some testing and had gone to the bathroom, and that the nurse was called away before she was done in the bathroom, and that by the time they came back to rehook her up to her machines, she had passed away, and that was why no alarms had been raised at the time, I guess.
Okay, so you said you drove home from there.
Yes.
What happened when you got home?
I spoke to Frank and Betsy immediately. I mean, Betsy, I walked in and Betsy said, "Oh my God, is it the baby?" Like she could just see from my face that something was horribly wrong, and I started sobbing.
And you eventually told them?
Yes, I did.
What happened after that conversation? What did you do?
I contacted Jim, I believe, shortly thereafter, and told him what had happened, and he said that he would find out what happened. He said he was so sorry for me, and then I think I got drunk.
What did you do next?
Sometime either the following day or the day after, we had started to reach out to friends. I believe I reached out to Cameron and to Angela first. I met with Jim. He said he wanted to give me the results right away. Could I meet him somewhere outside Savannah? And I assumed it was the closest point, and that I would get the news quicker on what had happened. I remember talking to Betsy on my way out because she said, do you think we should be? She worked at Hunter McLean at this time in downtown Savannah. She said, "Do you think we should be looking for a lawyer?" And I said, "Absolutely. Like, I am very unhappy with the care. Like, how do you leave a woman who's who had all these health issues alone for any length of time where she's not being monitored? Like, I absolutely at that point wanted her to start that process.
Did you find a lawyer?
No, we did not, because of my conversation with Mr. McIntyre that day, or the next day. It was Friday or Saturday.
At some point, did you travel down to the Liberty County area?
I believe so.
Why?
This was on Tuesday, I believe, Monday or Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday, based on the other things. And I had been told to bring the two bins that we had to a house. I assumed it was somebody who worked at this birthing center or somebody Jim was familiar with. And this was something we had done before, where we were going from point A to point B, and some or all of our stuff went to point C in between. So I brought them down. I met with a gentleman and delivered them to him.
What vehicle were you driving when you came down?
I was driving my Ford Explorer. It was a 2022 Forest Green.
Please endeavor to let me get the question out first.
I'm sorry.
You were driving your Ford Explorer, and you met with a man.
Yes.
What man did you meet with?
I don't know his name. I was just directed to go to him to deliver this.
To deliver what again?
To deliver 2 totes full of personal items, things we would need for a couple days, things that I've been asked to, toiletries, some clothes, shoes, some books, things of that nature.
And where did you deliver them to?
I'm not exactly sure. It was a house, I presume somewhere in the greater Liberty County area, but I'm not exactly sure.
How'd you know where to go to deliver these?
I was given an address of a church that I was told to use as a waypoint, and then I was given GPS coordinates from there.
We've heard testimony that at some point your phone was turned off. Why was that?
I was told to turn off my phone because of concerns that it could be tracked.
So how did you get to the location without use of your phone?
Mindy and I had a GPS, an older Garmin GPS that had always been kind of our backup. If if you lose cell coverage or something like that, if you're somewhere, then we kept that with us actually for a long time.
Where's that GPS now?
That GPS I believe burned up in my car.
Where's the shovel you purchased on November the 4th at Home Depot?
I believe that was either given. Well, I know it was either given to Frank III or it was left at the house on East 65th Street.
We've seen receipts and photos of you buying a Milwaukee knife at Home Depot. Do you recall that?
I do.
Why were you buying that knife?
One of the screens that I had put in place, the one in the living room with the TV where Frank and Betsy spent most of their time, there was something weird about that. It looked like it had been damaged when it was initially installed, but it would hang out quite often, and I was having a very hard time keeping the netting on it and keeping it secured up there. So I was looking for something that kind of long and thin. I thought I could trim back the netting without causing further damage to this, and hopefully get it to sit up there. This was one of Mindy's big things. Was always like every place we live, even though these are vacation rentals, we should leave it in a better condition than we found it.
Are you a hunter?
I am not.
Why would you buy a deer processing kit at Bass Pro Shops?
I received a message from who I believe was Mindy on Monday, the 28th of November, and said that she'd been thinking about Christmas gifts for her brother Matthew, who is a hunter at this point. That seemed to be everything he did on weekends, and directed me to go to Bass Pro Shops and to buy it. So I did.
Where's that set of knives?
I believe I left that at the property when I departed. I left some things there that were kind of upsetting to see, and some of Mindy's goods, some things that she had picked out, and I believe that Mr. McIntyre was coming to pick them up and store them with the rest of our belongings.
Where's the Milwaukee knife that you purchased?
The Milwaukee knife was either left in my car when it burned, or it was left in my storage unit in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
You have a storage unit in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
I do.
What's in that unit?
Personal belongings, some excess clothing, some furniture.
Do you eventually leave Savannah?
I do, shortly thereafter. I mean, our plan had been to leave Savannah in the vicinity of this time regardless. It had been for some time. But I left, I believe, the following Tuesday.
What happened to Betsy and Frank III? They were living with you. Where were they supposed to live?
I continued to work on finding them a place to live, and that following Tuesday I moved them into a condo in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How did you pay for that condo?
I paid for that condo with my debit card.
Weren't you afraid that that would give away your location?
We had not had issues with the banking information. We believed that we had had a leak of some sort with an online company that we were having something delivered to the house with, but Jim pointed out that we had had no issues with the billing addresses of my banking information, which was either in Atlanta or Florida with that mail service that we were using again. So he said since neither of those had been touched, he thought that was good news that there would not be any danger to them.
What about paying for your Savannah Airbnb with your personal card?
Yeah, likewise, he did not feel that there was a he did not feel like there had been any issues with this bank. No money had mysteriously gone missing from it. And given that our billing addresses were in Atlanta and or Florida, and there had been no issues there, he said, this bank is secure and you are not having issues with it. You know, however you were being targeted years ago, you are not being targeted now.
So you left town,
Yes.
and you left Mindy's body behind?
I was told in roughly this time that Mindy's body had been cremated.
How did that make you feel?
Livid. Absolutely livid.
Why?
Because I believed that I was going to get to see her before she was cremated.
You know, we saw some banking financial records of yours that make it look like you're ping-ponging back and forth around. Can you describe to the jury where your travels took you next?
Absolutely, yeah. And some of that I think is just that hotels will sometimes bill you a couple days after you check out. But I left Savannah and I drove down to Jacksonville, Florida. We had a mail processing center right outside Jacksonville in a little town called Green Cove Springs. So I spent the night in Jacksonville and then went to pick up some property there in the morning, some mail.
What did you pick up in Florida?
I mean, there were multiple things that we hadn't had shipped, but the thing that we couldn't have shipped was some beer that had been sent there.
Who sent you the beer?
I believe it was a friend. I was part of a beer, kind of a rare beer group on Facebook, and sometimes guys would send each other beer.
Where did you go after Jacksonville, Green Cove Springs, Orange Park?
I started heading towards St. Louis, Missouri, where we had planned to go at that point. And I spent a night in Alabama. That kind of seemed like a halfway point. And I had a appointment there the following morning, so
What was your appointment in Alabama?
to get Mindy's ashes.
Do you need any water? Are you okay? Do you need any water? Why, if you know, are Mindy's ashes in Alabama?
I had no idea where Mindy had been cremated. This was information I had gotten third hand from Mr. McIntyre. Then I received a phone call from a gentleman who said that, you know, I had to arrange to pick them up, and we were discussing where we would both be, and he said that he could meet me in Montgomery, Alabama.
And what did he give you there?
He gave me a bag that he said contained Mindy's ashes. It also contained her engagement ring and her wedding ring.
What, if anything, did you give him?
I gave him $5,000 in cash that I withdrew that morning from the Renaissance Bank in Montgomery, Alabama.
Did he give you any additional paperwork?
He did not.
Did he give you a death certificate?
He did not.
Did you ask for a death certificate?
I asked, at one point, I asked Mr. McIntyre if I could get one, but given that we had no life insurance, it wasn't something that I needed for anything. It was just something that I wanted to have, and I failed to follow up on it.
You say you had no life insurance. You both had no life
We
insurance?
both had no life insurance, yes.
Where'd you go after Alabama?
St. Louis, Missouri. I arrived there the next night.
What, if anything, did you do in St. Louis?
I did work for APIS, and I also filed to change my name.
Why did you file to change your name?
This was what we had been told would be kind of the culmination of our, everything we were going through. That if we changed our names too soon, that our name change would be figured out, and then we would have to go through the whole process again. But that kind of the last thing we would do would be changing our last name so that we would not be found.
And you saw the paperwork where you changed your name.
I actually physically, I went to two courthouses because I went to the wrong courthouse first, but I physically filed the paperwork myself.
Are you the one that completed all of that paperwork?
I did complete that paperwork, yes.
And you said that you were the victim of domestic violence.
Yes, I did.
Why did you say you were the victim of domestic violence?
Because I believed that everything that had happened to us for years was at the hands of Wayne, my dad.
You mentioned an incident in Charlottesville that you believed was Wayne attacking you, correct?
Yes.
Were there any other encounters between you and Wayne prior to you filling out that form?
Absolutely. He came to Savannah. He found us in Savannah when we were living on East 65th Street, and came one morning and knocked on the door.
He knocked on the door of your home.
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Yes. Yeah. His brother Chet was with him.
Do you see them in the courtroom now?
Yeah. My dad is right there in the blue polo, and my Uncle Chet is 3 people down from him.
What did you do when you saw them at your doorway?
I was terrified. We had a near miss from a hurricane the night before, so a lot of people, Betsy and Frank included, had left Savannah, but it ended up coming ashore north of Charleston. But I assumed it was the homeowners, the gentleman Matt and his wife who testified, that were coming to check on the house, just make sure there was no damage. So I opened the door. I hadn't had any coffee yet. I assumed that it was them, and I was very shocked when I opened the door.
What did you do when you saw them?
I think I said, why are you here? How did you find me? Or something like that. They said, that they had hired somebody to track me down. They asked if I would come somewhere with them private to talk. I said absolutely not. And then I shortly thereafter I slammed the door and locked it.
Was Mindy there when this happened?
Mindy was in the bedroom with the door closed at this time. Her sleep schedule was kind of a mess at this point. She would, sometimes be awake all night because she couldn't sleep. Then she would be asleep all day. But at this point, it was probably 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm not kind of guessing, but she was in the bedroom.
Did she witness any of this?
She did not know.
What did you do after you slammed the door?
I went into the bedroom and told Mindy, Wayne just knocked on the door. I opened the door, like he knows where we are, and we called Jim McIntyre.
And then what did you do?
He asked details about it, and then he told me that since Mindy had not been seen, that he felt like it was better for her to kind of hunker down in the house with Rusty, and that I should meet him. He directed me to a hospital that we'd previously identified as a safe place to meet. We had told Betsy and Frank that if they ever felt that they were being followed on the way home from work, that they should go to this hospital. I believe it's the Chandler, or I don't know. It was about 2 blocks away. There was always a security vehicle sitting in the lot. He said that there were cameras there, and so he told me to meet him there.
Let me go back to something real quick that we heard when Frank III testified. He was required to be out of the house from before lunch to 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was following this incident. So when we first got there, we did not have any rules on what we could do when. But following this, we had a number of changes and basically how we lived that were implemented.
Who implemented those new rules?
Mr. McIntyre. I believe he emailed them about them personally. They were sometimes in email contact, Frank and Betsy and him, but I would sometimes see these emails or hear reference to them. Sometimes they were, I thought, unnecessarily mean, but
What email service did you use?
At this time, I used Proton Mail.
Could you describe to the jury any unique features of Proton Mail, if there are any?
Yeah, there are a couple. First is that if both people have Proton Mail accounts, then messages sent from a Proton Mail account to another Proton Mail account are encrypted. So if Mindy and I were emailing notes back and forth to each other, or sending each other things, if we were dealing with other people who used Proton Mail, then those would be encrypted. Even Proton Mail can't read those messages. Only the people on either end of the conversation can. The other thing about it is that they are a company that doesn't sell your information. Most email providers, as the saying goes in kind of the privacy world, if something is free, that means that you're the service. That means that they are selling you in some way, either through advertising or much more commonly, they're selling your personal information to anyone who will buy it.
You seem to go really out of your way to remain private, to communicate privately with Signal and as well as Proton Mail. Why is that?
Because I thought we were being hunted, literally. I was scared to death for years and years.
After you changed your name in St. Louis, and that's where you changed your name to start, correct?
Yes, it is.
Where did you go next?
I went to Pennsylvania.
Why did you go to Pennsylvania?
I had struck up it started as a friendship and then had grown somewhat flirtatious with another writer, and I was going to see her.
You were having an internet affair with a woman that was not your wife, correct?
I wouldn't call it an internet affair. I mean, it was mildly flirtatious, but
When did that begin?
we started. She had thought that we had talked on and off years before, and we may have. I had a lot of social media accounts deleted and restarted over the years, but we started talking in earnest in either September or October of 2022.
Can you please tell the court her name?
Samantha Kolyesnik. Trying to pronounce that correctly.
And we saw text messages between you and Samantha, direct messages in Twitter,
Yes,
between you and Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
absolutely.
Do you recall telling Samantha Kolyesnik that your wife had died some years prior to her actual death?
I did.
Why did you tell her that?
This goes back to the fall of 2020. We were in Beaufort and Mindi got sick. And within a day or two, took a COVID test and it was positive. This was pre-vaccine, and we called Mr. McIntyre. He had somebody come and pick her up and take her to the hospital, and I was told within a matter of days that she was not expected to live. It was Rusty and I in Beaufort, and I was told that I was not allowed to talk to any of our close friends or our family about what was going on, because nobody was allowed to see her. She was in a COVID ward. At that point, since none of us had vaccines, nobody was going to be allowed in, and that there, the chances of where I was being identified were extremely high. And I was, using social media to talk to people. I was a wreck. I was not doing well. And I started communicating with an old friend of Mindy's, or maybe an old acquaintance would be the better term, by the name of Joy, and it came to it became much more romantic in nature, to the extent that she came and visited me twice in Beaufort, and that we had talked that after Mindi passed away, we were going to move to be near her family in Minnesota.
But when you told Samantha Kolyesnik that Mindi had died, that was in October of 22, I believe?
Yes. Following this, Mindi recovered in late December 2020. It was very, very unexpected, and Jim was, frankly, he said he had not been reviewing my social media as closely as he had at the beginning, and was frankly extremely livid with me that I had been talking to people that I didn't know well, that I had been saying outside of Signal, I had been saying where I was, what was going on with Mindi. I was frankly trying to survive. So we had almost no social media access for a period of months. He said that we had both in the past said things to people on social media that we didn't know well, that we shouldn't have. And then following that, he said he had some new rules for us, that we, he said that since I had told so many people that I was married, that I had to start saying that Mindi had passed away, that she had died of COVID. I told, that was what I told all of my kind of online writing friends in the writing community. And he said that was to keep her safe. I don't recall what exactly she was supposed to say, if she was just supposed to say that she was unmarried or divorced, or if something had happened to me. We didn't talk a lot about our kind of individual chats with other people. Mindi and I did not talk about that with ourselves. So that became a running thing that I was supposed to tell anyone that I befriended, that I talked to more than a handful of times, was that I was widowed, that my wife had passed away. And it started by saying she died of COVID, and then as she would get medical attention for various things, he would change that because he said if medical records of where she had been ever leaked, it would look consistent.
So you went to Pennsylvania to see Samantha.
Yes, I did.
When did you get to Pennsylvania? Do you recall?
Mid-December, maybe the 16th.
What did you do when you got to Pennsylvania?
I had rented a place in a little town called Ephrata, kind of Lancaster. I think it's Lancaster County, and unpacked the things that I still had with me and got Rusty situated, and then Samantha and I went out for dinner.
We saw a driver's license you procured in Delaware.
Yes.
Why did you procure a Delaware driver's license?
After the name change was finalized, which was January 4th, I had filed it in late December, and then on January 4th, I went back to court. I had a hearing before the judge. I explained my situation, and she granted the name change. I had started the process of changing other things. I went to the Social Security office when I was told to in Delaware, and I changed my Social Security number to reflect my new name. I changed my name to reflect my... No, I think I said it right the first time. I'm sorry. So I updated it just like, women have to, if they change their name after marriage or, something like that, you go to Social Security, that's your first stop, and you say, this is why my name changed, either the marriage certificate or the name change order, and so what was once, Nicholas James Kassotis on the Social Security number is now Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And how long did it take Social Security to update that information?
It takes them apparently about 24 hours. So I didn't realize this at the time. I left the Social Security office and went to the DMV in Delaware. And when I got there that morning, I was told, no, this will take, it might be done today, but more likely it will be sometime. And this was on a Friday, I believe, so it'll be sometime after the weekend.
What name is on your Delaware driver's license?
Nicholas James Kassotis. I went back that afternoon to a different DMV and filled out. I had my name change order. I had a printout from Social Security. I had some documents that Mr. McIntyre had provided, and then I explained the situation, and the woman said, "Oh yeah, I think this will be fine." At this point, we went through the entire process. She had me pay. She gave me the card. It came off the printer, and I said, "This is the wrong name." And she said, "Oh yeah, this is, it hasn't updated in the system yet, so I can't issue you one under your new name. You're gonna have to come back next week. But here's your Delaware driver's license." And I was a little unhappy I had paid for it, frankly.
Tell us about your time in Lancaster County.
I started going to Lancaster County, fairly regularly on weekends to see Samantha.
And did that relationship continue to grow?
It did, yes. It was romantic. It very quickly grew serious. Probably unhealthily fast. In both our situations, but yes.
And you eventually got married, correct?
Yes, we did.
When did you get married to Samantha?
April 21st of 2023.
We've seen pictures of your burned up Ford Explorer. What happened?
Sir. On March, believe it was March 20th of 2023, I was driving the Ford Explorer. I had left the rental we were staying at, driven north to run some errands, and also to, I believe, picked up a cashier's check for the purchase of a home. And shortly thereafter, I was making a turn onto another road, and the car was kind of fighting me a little. Like it was taking more force to turn than I thought it would. I continued down the road and was smelling something odd, which in Lancaster County is not necessarily indicative of anything but that you're driving by a farm. And I stopped. At that point, I realized that there was smoke in the interior of the car. I got out, and crossed around to the passenger side to get my phone out, but opened the door, and the fire kind of just came right up at me. It was the car went up extremely fast.
What injuries, if any, did you suffer?
I suffered some burns to my face. I lost a lot of hair, like an eyebrow, and a lot of hair off the side of my head. I also had a burn to my right eye. It didn't occur to me before this that your eyes could actually get burned, but they can.
What happened to the goods that were in your vehicle?
Everything was destroyed.
You mentioned picking up a cashier's check to purchase a home.
Yes.
Tell me about your home purchase.
Sam and I had been looking for places to live, and we had settled on a house in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
When was the closing date?
Closing date was March 20th.
Did you put any deposit on the house?
I put a $50,000 EMD on the house.
Did you ever, where was the cashier's check from?
I believe it was from Citizens Bank, but I did not physically draw the cashier's check. I looked at it to verify that the name of the closing company was right, that the amount was right, and I believe it was a Citizens Bank cashier's check. Actually, I know it was a Citizens Bank because I called Citizens Bank thereafter to discuss with them.
You say you didn't draw the cashier's check. Who
Yes.
drew the cashier's check?
Somebody that Jim McIntyre worked with, who he had me meet and pick up that morning.
And what happened to the check?
The check burned along with my car, bits of me, and everything I had in the car at the time.
What did you do about the destroyed check?
I talked to Mr. McIntyre, I mean, within, I don't know the exact time, it was pretty shocking, but I was driven back to the rental by a police officer, and I called him while I was still in the police officer's car to say, I need a new cashier's check, and he said, I think that might take a while, I think that's a problem. So while he was calling about the actual account, I was calling the general Citizens Bank customer service, and they confirmed to me that it was a long process to get a cashier's check reissued, because their concern is they have to honor a cashier's check, so they have to wait a certain amount of time after they have issued the kind of stop payment on it to make sure it has not been presented at some other bank.
Was the cashier's check the only way to make the final payment on that home?
Later on, we learned that it was not, that we could wire, and I received wire instructions later.
So you eventually wired and closed on the home?
No, we did not. By that point, we had gone back and forth with the owners of the house via our realtors. We had, it had been a very stressful couple of weeks. I mean, we had utilities on in the home. We had furniture being delivered that was sitting in the driveway that I was having to pick up and move into storage. It was a very stressful time, and I was dealing with physical injuries and didn't have a car at this point. So it was an absolute nightmare. And Samantha said to me that she felt like the entire process had been so poisoned that she no longer wanted to go through with the purchase of that home. So we informed the buyers that we were not going to close. I forfeited that $50,000 EMD, and we started our home search anew.
Did you ever eventually buy a home with Samantha?
We did not. We were looking. We were actually going. We had four home showings scheduled on the day of March 12th. When
What happened on March the 12th?
I was arrested shortly after leaving our residence or our rental.
Did you kill your wife, Mindi Kassotis?
I absolutely did not. I've never put my hands on a woman. I've never hurt a woman. I would never have hurt Mindi.
Did you strike her on the head up to 9 times?
Never. Never, not once.
Did you dispose of her body?
No, never.
Did you dismember her body?
No, absolutely not. Frankly, I'm not great with blood, so as anyone who's ever given me a doctor's exam can tell you, that is not something that is even remotely possible for me.
My last question is just, is there anything else that you would like to say that I haven't asked you about?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for a narrative.
Want to respond?
His life is at stake. I don't want to make a mistake and not give him the opportunity to say something.
Your Honor, I'm not trying to prevent him from saying anything, but counsel has to actually ask him a question and not allow a witness to simply just...
He's testified for a couple of hours. It does call for a narrative. It's an improper question.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question. I have no further questions for Mr. Kassotis.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've gone for a couple of hours, more than a couple of hours, so we'll go ahead and take a break. So if you would, please step out with the bailiff, and we'll call you back in about 10 minutes. All right, the jury's out. We'll be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes. Everyone, please be seated.
It is 11:45.
Hold on, let's wait till the
I
client
didn't
gets
see
in.
that he wasn't there. I apologize.
And I was going to invite you to have that discussion at the
Yeah.
bench.
Okay.
No, sir, you can go. If everyone would approach, please. Going to take a lunch recess at this point, and court will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
go ahead and bring our jury in. Thank you. Yes, he can go on up. All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kassotis, or Mr. Stark, you indicated that you were a officer in the Judge Advocate General Corps, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were in that capacity for over 10 years, right?
Roughly 10 years.
You went to Boston University College.
Yes, I did.
You went to Northeastern Law for your JD.
Yes, I did.
And then you got your LLM in cybersecurity from Georgetown, correct?
It was in national security with a emphasis in cybersecurity.
Okay. All prestigious schools, right?
Yes.
You did very well in school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a JAG officer, you indicated that you were both a defense attorney and a prosecutor during your term as an officer in the JAG.
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say that the Navy requires JAG officers to be very on top of your cases, right?
Absolutely.
To be careful with records, correct?
Correct.
To be careful with what you send to whom, correct?
Absolutely.
You check and double check pretty much everything, right?
Sometimes many more checks than that.
You never looked at Jim McIntyre's credentials, right?
Correct.
Now, I just want to start with some of the things that we have in evidence. I'm showing you 2.26C. This is the photograph from Home Depot. That's you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that receipt that's attached to that from November 29th of 2022, that's also you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It says your name on the receipt, correct?
I believe it does, yes.
It also says that you bought the Milwaukee Smooth Blade insulation knife on November 29th of 2022 at 8:56 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw the testimony from Special Agent Bernie with the FBI, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that showed that your vehicle, your phone, and your business record put you in the vicinity of that Home Depot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that, do you?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you then watched as he showed all of the different waypoints of your vehicle traveling down towards Riceboro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your car, right?
No, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your phone, right?
No, ma'am.
And you don't dispute that that was you in the vehicle at the time.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. You saw the records introduced concerning the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased from J.C. Lewis, correct?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to 1.19. Do you recall seeing those business records introduced here in court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't dispute that you bought that car, correct?
I do not dispute that.
You don't dispute you paid cash for it?
It was a check, but yeah,
It was the full amount.
conversationally, yeah, you paying cash rather than financing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you bought that car under your own name, correct?
Yes.
And that purchase was
I believe it was July 27th of 2022.
right, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you bought that vehicle, that did not have a police intercept package on that vehicle, correct?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what a police intercept package is, though.
Right. Because if it did, you would have paid extra for options, right?
Right. I mean, there were options on there that I did pay extra for. I assume that anything else would have been also additional.
Now, you also purchased $2.25C. Not this specific kit, but one that looked just like it, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
This was a 7-piece deer processing kit, correct?
That's what it says, ma'am.
Well, you saw the business records from Bass Pro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they indicated that you purchased that item, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that you did, correct?
No, ma'am.
And it's your testimony in court here today that you are not a hunter, correct?
That is correct.
You were not going hunting on November 29th of 2022, correct?
No, ma'am, I was not.
And just so we're clear, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1.21, 1.22, 1.23, and 1.24. Do you recognize that car?
It looks like the same make and model car that I had.
And you don't dispute that you were down in a large wooded area on November 29th of 2022 at the time referenced in that photograph?
I don't really recall where I was, ma'am, but...
You don't recall where you were?
Right.
Okay. But just a moment ago, you said you didn't dispute that that was your path of travel that Agent Bernie displayed for the jury, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm publishing to the jury. Photograph 1.1, rather 1.21. You saw Agent Sands testify, correct, concerning 1.117?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a Marathon gas station, correct?
I can't quite see it, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
And there's also a business record attached there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's from your Renaissance Bank records, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
That was your vehicle, your card, and you that was present at the vicinity of 13689 East Oglethorpe Highway, Midway, on November 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
Nobody else swiped your card, right? That was you.
I believe so, ma'am. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that was not me.
You didn't report your car stolen, right?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your phone stolen?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your wallet stolen?
No, ma'am.
So all along, you've always had possession of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your testimony that also you were told to turn your phone off, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you saw Agent Bernie demonstrate the time gap of approximately 2 hours when your phone was off and still in the area of the Portal Hunting Club, correct?
I'm not sure where the phone was during that time, but because I believe it was turned off. But
What was with you, wasn't
Right.
it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was off, but on your person.
Or in my car.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you brought a black and a gray tote to that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your testimony that's not your tote?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That is your tote.
No, ma'am, it is not. My testimony is that it is not my tote.
So the other one, the gray one, that's also not your tote?
I would call that the gray one, ma'am, but I believe that that is also not my tote.
Just so we're clear. My apologies. These two totes are not your totes?
That is correct.
There are two random black and gray totes that showed up on November 29th of 2022 in the vicinity of the Portal Hunting Club, and they're not yours?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm not sure when they turned up, ma'am, but they are not mine. I can explain why if you would like.
You know how the process works, Mr. Kassotis.
Okay, ma'am.
You heard the testimony that Mindy's blood was inside of those totes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard the testimony that there were cleansing wipes recovered in the vicinity, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And also, the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
So to your testimony, this is not the knife you purchased on November 29th, 2022 at Home Depot.
That is definitively not the knife that I purchased at Home Depot.
Did you see the cleansing wipes on the knife at the photographs at the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
It's your testimony you didn't clean this knife off, right?
That is correct, ma'am. I have never seen that knife before. It was introduced as evidence.
This knife just happened to be there in the vicinity of the same black and gray colored totes that you referenced in your interview to law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe it just happened to be there, ma'am, but it was there.
And it was your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, that you bought the deer processing kit to give to somebody as a gift?
Yes, to Mindy's younger brother, Matthew.
It was important to Mindy that you get him something he liked, right?
I believed so, but though I now have reason to question whether those messages were coming from Mindy or not.
But you don't have any reason to say otherwise other than that you're guessing, correct?
Correct.
But something so important to Mindy, you just left it at the house when you moved out, right?
I was extremely upset when I moved out, and I left a lot of things there.
So that was a yes, you left it at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You never gave it to Matthew?
No, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Samantha, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was your third wife at the time, correct?
At the time, yes, ma'am.
You heard about the relationship leading up to you meeting her in person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you started talking to her as early as late September 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds right.
Well, you saw the text messages, right?
I didn't actually look at them that closely, but if they say late September, that would be correct. It was either late September or early October. I'm not 100% sure.
Those messages were not sent by Signal, correct?
Correct.
They were sent on social media, correct?
Correct.
Those messages were sent by you, correct?
I believe so.
Well, here. Let me give you two specifically to look at. 1.95 and 1.98. Let us know when you've finished looking at them.
I'm done, ma'am.
Those are text messages or communications that you sent to Ms. Kolesnik, correct?
Yes.
And during those exchanges, there were several exchanges on a regular basis, correct?
Yeah.
And they started at the end of September of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately culminated with you going to see her on December 16th of 2022,
That sounds right, yes.
2 weeks after your wife was deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
But you initiated that relationship before she was dead.
I wouldn't say initiated that relationship, but we were talking, like I talked to many people online.
Well, you drove from Georgia to Missouri, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from Missouri to Pennsylvania to go see her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours was that?
Quite a few. I'm not sure exactly.
But you weren't just talking?
No, at that point we were, we had progressed into more of a relationship, but I'm saying that that wasn't how things had started in September.
Right, but on December 16th, 15 days after you told your wife's parents she was dead, you drove to Pennsylvania from Missouri, correct?
15 days after I learned my wife was dead.
October 22nd of 2022, you told Mrs. Kolesnik, or Ms. Kolesnik, on 1.95, she had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were tugging on her heartstrings, weren't you?
No, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her you were single and available?
No, ma'am, I was not. That was a very similar conversation to one I had with any number of people, male and female, friends.
Right, because you had a conversation going on with Joy when you thought Mindy was going to die in COVID, correct?
Correct.
So that was another woman you were chatting with that you told this jury was a woman you had a relationship with
Correct.
while you were still married.
While I was still married, ma'am.
But this one wasn't.
No, ma'am.
1.98, you indicated on November 8th of 2022, while terrified for your life and staying in the house exclusively but to run errands, going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, Bedford, Hudson Valley area, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. That was not true.
That was not true, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her to trust you?
No, ma'am.
Why make that up?
That was something we were regularly told to do. Say that we would be in different places, and then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere that we weren't.
So Jim told you what to say in each of your text messages to Samantha?
Not in each, but it was something he would generally say, tell people that you're going to be traveling for the next 2 weeks. And then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere else.
After you found out that Mindy had passed, you testified to this jury you never got a single document of any sort from the doctors, correct?
That is correct.
You just told this jury that you were a JAG officer, correct? For 10 years.
I was.
You checked every detail, right?
Yes.
Verified everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't get a single document at any point in any of the time after her death?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Death certificates, 1.68. They're registered with the state of Georgia. You're aware of that, right?
I am.
You never got a single copy of a document from a courthouse?
No, ma'am. I asked about it once, and I should have followed up, but I did not.
You yourself as an attorney never got a single document?
No, ma'am. I didn't have any reason to have a document, and so I failed to follow up on it.
You were on trial for murder, correct?
Ma'am, I was not.
In anticipation of today, in your testimony, you knew you were on trial for murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't bring a single court document with you.
Well, ma'am, I believe the testimony is fairly clear that I was lied to about Mindy's death and that I did not have a document because there were no documents.
You worked for APIS Security, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
No W-2, right?
At some point I saw a W-2, but
But you didn't bring one.
no, ma'am. I believe there was one in Discovery, but I don't recall.
You do. You believe there was one in Discovery?
I believe so, ma'am.
Can you tell us what document that was?
I can't recall. I believe it was a tax document.
Was there a W-4?
I don't recall. I'm not sure what a W-4 is, ma'am.
An I-9?
No, ma'am.
No tax documents?
No. I-9s are for immigrations, proving that you're a citizen. So
What about tax records? You got paid, right?
it was paid into a trust, ma'am.
So you have zero records reflecting being paid by APIS Security, correct?
Well, I have the records that you provided to me during Discovery. But
1.84. You provided Samantha with an employment verification, correct?
yes, ma'am.
You indicated you worked for them February 12th, 2018 to present. That was January 12th of 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never got a single paycheck?
Not paid to me, no.
So for 5 years, you worked for a company and got zero money handed to you.
Handed to me, yes, ma'am.
You opened a bank account, correct?
I've opened. Can you be more specific, ma'am?
You opened Renaissance Bank account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the account we saw the records for, ending in 141, right?
I don't know the number, but I believe so.
You signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into the bank, right?
No, ma'am.
So that's not your physical signature on there.
It is my physical signature. I believe it was scanned and emailed.
It's your testimony you opened a bank account without going into the bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You provided Samantha with a driver's license, right?
With a photograph of one, yes.
1.86. This is the license you sent her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the jury 1.111, which is the same photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware that there are no records in the state of Georgia reflecting a change of name to Stark.
I'm aware of that now, ma'am.
Well, you would have had to change your driver's license, right, sir?
Yes, I assume so.
Delaware. This was issued January 13th, 2023, 1.112. That's you, right?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Is that a current picture of you?
That was current at the time, ma'am.
Publishing to the jury. And it's your testimony that you got one under the name Kassotis because of a glitch at the DMV?
It wasn't a glitch, ma'am.
Well, you testified that the Social Security Administration told you it would update in 24 hours your name change, right?
They said likely 24 hours, so there was a chance it would be sooner.
So sooner still, right?
I hoped it would be sooner. That's why I went back to the DMV that afternoon.
Right, but in 1.106, you went on January 4th to change your name, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's your testimony that from January 4th of 2023, some 9 days later, it still hadn't updated?
No, ma'am. So there's a difference between the court document, which you go to court to get, and then the Social Security office, which you have to go in there and bring a copy of the court document to start that updating process.
Right, but you said you went the same day as you went to the Missouri?
No, ma'am. I said I went to the Social Security office in Delaware after I returned to the Delaware area from St. Louis.
You submitted driver's licenses for Delaware, Pennsylvania, and a name change in Missouri, all within a week approximately,
I was trying to update my driver's license, yes.
in 3 different states.
No, ma'am. I had gotten the name change in Missouri, which had been our plan from the beginning. I was splitting my time between Delaware and Pennsylvania at the time, and I had gotten one license in Delaware that was not the correct name. I was going to be spending the next part of the next week in Pennsylvania, so the next business day, it was a holiday weekend. It was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I went on that Tuesday into a DMV in Pennsylvania, and I got a license with what is now my legal name.
You remember it was a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know your wife's doctor's name.
I was never given her doctor's name.
You didn't ask?
Ma'am, she wanted...
I asked you a question, sir.
No,
Did you ask?
I did not ask.
She was 8 months pregnant, you said, correct?
Correct.
You never visited her at the hospital.
Yeah, I was told not to.
And you listened?
Yes, ma'am.
First child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Desperately wanted kids.
I wouldn't say desperately wanted kids, but I wanted kids.
You'd been trying since Heather, right?
Yes. Well,
How
on
many
and
years
off.
was that?
You know, Mindy and I didn't start trying to have kids immediately, but...
Well, you testified there was a miscarriage in the middle, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That miscarriage was in, July of 2021.
So for years, you had been trying to get pregnant.
Yes, ma'am.
And your wife was finally 8 months pregnant and terribly ill, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe
And-
so.
And you never went to see her.
No, ma'am. I was talking to her and checking on her, but I did not physically go there because I did not think it was safe to.
Well, just in your testimony earlier, you said texting, not talking.
Yes, ma'am. I use them interchangeably. I'll be more clear.
You never spoke to her.
No,
is
ma'am.
what you're
I tried
getting.
to multiple times, but we couldn't get a good enough signal to have a conversation.
And when you couldn't get her, you didn't go see her.
No, ma'am.
You're an attorney at the time of all of this, correct?
I don't believe I was at that time. No, ma'am.
I mean, you don't forget how to be a lawyer, do you?
No, ma'am. I hope not.
Right? So when you filled out this paperwork for the Missouri change of name, you indicated that you did not owe anybody any judgments,
That was my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
that there were no cases requesting money pending against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yet you stood in a court of law in front of a judge who told you when to be back to settle what was owed to Miss Thomas, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't go.
I didn't go because I believed that was already settled.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I absolutely was.
You know if you don't show up to court, what happens?
They would, if I still had a hearing there, if I had not paid that money, I would have been held in contempt.
You called Heather to confirm she got paid?
I did not, ma'am. And nor did she call me, nor did she come to the house that we had shared that I continued living in for 9 months afterwards.
You have been exchanging a series of emails back and forth with Heather for days leading up to that court hearing, correct?
I don't believe I had. No, ma'am.
It's your testimony you didn't.
No, ma'am.
Miss Thomas was following you repeatedly to the point that you thought that she was actually potentially one of the people causing you trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
But you think she just evaporated?
Because I believed she had gotten the money that she wanted.
Then tell us why she would be a danger to you.
At that point, I no longer believed that she was a danger to me.
When was that?
That was shortly around the time that I believe the payment had been made to her, and she stopped contacting me altogether. Never came by the house, never called my phone.
But you just told this jury that Jim McIntyre was looking into it for you.
He was, and he said that he had determined that Heather was not involved and that he had wired the funds.
Let's talk about your marriage license. The application, 1.92.
Absolutely.
You listed people that are not your parents, correct?
At the time, I believed them to be my parents.
They're sitting in this courtroom now, right?
Yes, my parents are.
You don't disbelieve that Linda and Wayne Kassotis are your parents?
Not anymore, no ma'am.
And with all due respect to your father sitting here, that's the man you moved 100+ times because you were afraid of?
I wouldn't say 100+ times, but yes ma'am. We moved probably 50 times because I was terrified.
Well, the 2 times that you just talked in direct testimony, you said 15 to 25 times twice, and then moved countless other times, correct?
I wouldn't say countless other times, ma'am.
Well, your recollection was every time you moved a week, right? You could tell this jury when you were in each different place, correct?
Yeah, I have because we move so often, it's actually pretty easy for me mentally to remember where we were when, because oftentimes we were only in a place for 2 days, so if you remember the 4th of July happened while you were in that house, you know when you were there.
But you don't remember your wife's doctor.
No, ma'am.
Let's just be clear, 2.32, this is Mindi, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
During your interview with law enforcement, you didn't even ask what happened to her.
I did ask, ma'am. During the first interview, I asked what happened to Mindi, and Mr. Sands told me that at this time he did not believe that I presume you, the district attorney, wanted to make that information public.
You didn't ask about your baby either, did you?
No, ma'am.
Not once in 2 hours and 10 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not once in almost 2 hours in Liberty County, correct?
Well, ma'am, in Liberty County, as you all saw, was the time I was told that Mindi had not been pregnant when she died.
Until they told you, you didn't ask about the baby either, right?
No, ma'am.
You told your in-laws that your wife died December 1st of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Immediately after I was told, I went back to the house and told them.
And then the next day you went and got your car washed, or was that the same day? I'm showing 1.110.
I don't recall what day that was, ma'am.
Well, that is your car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you found out your wife was dead, you went to the car wash. Is that right?
Apparently, ma'am.
Well, that is your bank record, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at some point I went and got my car washed. I don't recall getting my car washed, but I may have. It appears I did.
And you went and picked up some beer, right?
Yes, ma'am. I was drinking probably a scary amount at this point.
During your direct examination, I didn't hear any reference to 2.44 or 2.43, the rug, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
You don't dispute that this rug is the one you left the house with, 2.44?
No, ma'am. That looks right.
And 2.43 is what was there when you got there?
I believe so, ma'am.
And you replaced these because you said Rusty threw up on it?
Yes, he always had kind of a stomach that was sensitive to eating too much, and he was known to beg for food. So sometimes Betsy and Frank would overeat him, and he would get sick.
You didn't just clean the rug?
No, ma'am. Mindi had put it in a plastic bag and stuck it out back because it smelled, and by the time I had time to try to clean it, 2 days had passed, and the entire thing smelled absolutely awful.
Had nothing to do with the blood that was underneath the rug, right?
There was no blood underneath the rug.
Well, you saw the photographs here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that law enforcement somehow put Blue Star on the floor of that house?
Ma'am, I have no idea what blood that is or when it was there, and unfortunately, law enforcement never tested that.
Right. And so the blood on the futon that was Mindi's?
I have no idea how that blood got there, ma'am.
Okay.
I didn't spend a lot of time in that room, so...
You lived in the house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It was also your testimony that initially Jim was an FBI agent, right?
I believed he was for, gosh, 2 years? Over 2 years?
And at some point you determined that he was not, correct?
Yes.
You didn't move after you figured that out, right?
No, as I testified, we had a big argument about whether or not we should, stop dealing with him altogether.
You also didn't move after your father and uncle showed up at your house, right?
That is correct.
You were moving hundreds, or at least, my apologies, at least 50 times,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, at least 50 times, definitely.
Over 7 years, correct?
Yeah.
How long was it?
I have 5 years? Yeah.
5 years. So over 5 years, you kept moving because that man was your threat.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he showed up at your door with your uncle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't move.
No, ma'am. I asked to.
So at this point, you actually knew he knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
You ran out the back.
After I talked to Jim, yes, I departed via the back of the house.
Right. You said you called Jim, didn't you?
Yes, on Signal. But you can make voice calls or I believe even video calls now through Signal.
But yet when law enforcement spoke to you the first time in Pennsylvania, you said he just showed up. Right?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement specifically asked you, how did Jim know where to find you? And you said he just showed up.
No, ma'am. I said it didn't take him long to get there, which I thought clearly indicated that I had contacted him. But apparently there was some confusion on Mr. Sand's part. He then later said that I was clearly asked that twice, and I've listened to that interview about 40 times, and I have never heard it asked even once, clearly.
You've had access to all this material, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew what the state's case was, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No documents here with you today.
No, ma'am.
You indicated at some point that it was very important for you to figure out who of Mindy's friends would need to know, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And you reached out to each of them, correct?
I did.
It's your testimony you had no idea that Mr. Frank and Mrs. Betsy thought you were dead?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm showing you 1.87 and 1.88. We'll take a look at them. You've seen them before, right?
Yes, ma'am. I saw them when they were provided in Discovery.
Did you see the email address on that?
I do, ma'am. Yes.
That's Apis Limited, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the same address that you claimed was Jim McIntyre, correct?
I believe he had an APIS, but I'm not sure that I did not regularly email with him personally, so I believe at some point I saw an APIS limited address for him as he was reaching out to Frank and Betsy, but.
Well, you just told the jury you worked for Apis Limited, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
You got that employment verification from Marcus Jones at Apis Limited, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believed you were working for Jim McIntyre, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
That he was preserving all of your funds in a trust, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you bring the trust documents here?
No, ma'am.
In order to start a trust, Mr. Kassotis, as an attorney, you know that there are actual documents you need to sign, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You never preserved any of those?
At some point, I lost them. I don't know exactly when.
Okay.
But I had them, and I provided them to Miss Thomas on at least one occasion.
Actually, when you went to court, you didn't provide the court with anything, did you?
I don't believe I was asked to.
That would be a no?
Yes, ma'am. That would be a no.
But you told the court you had $32 million.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Did you ever ask Jim to show you a copy of the check that he sent to Heather or the wire to pay her off?
Absolutely. I saw bank records showing a wire transaction to her.
And you saved all those?
No, ma'am. I believe I've been pretty clear about that.
Well, Heather was all but, from your description, stalking you for the money, right?
She was energetically looking for it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So energetically looking for it, you didn't think it was important to hold on to a copy of those?
No, ma'am. As I said, I stayed in that house for another 9 months. The house that Heather and I had shared when we were married, and never heard from her. She never stopped by. She never called my phone. I assumed that that was over and done with.
At that point, you had moved and changed your name and your driver's licenses in 2 additional states, correct?
No, ma'am. This is years before that.
Okay. Now, initially, I believe you told us that you contacted the FBI, and that's when Jim showed up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I recall correctly, what you said was you were very happy because normally you don't get any traction on a case like this.
Yes, ma'am. That was my fear.
But then Jim McIntyre, according to your testimony, spent the next 2 years acting as your basically personal assistant, social media provider, financial advisor, and Microsoft purveyor, correct?
I'm not sure I would use all of those, but he was somebody that we were dealing with very closely throughout all of this.
You thought that an FBI agent just decided to take you on with a case you didn't think that he was actually even going to investigate?
I had been worried that he wouldn't investigate it. I was very happy that it was being taken so seriously.
And it's your testimony to this jury that after 10 years in the JAG, you believed he was an FBI agent.
Absolutely. And I've dealt with law enforcement, both the state, the local, and federal law enforcement extensively. There was nothing that concerned me at that time.
So let me make sure I get this straight. Initially, you thought that the risk, based on your testimony, was because of the Washington Post article.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Then you thought it was Wayne, correct?
No, ma'am. Then we started looking at others. We looked at an ex-boyfriend of Mindy's, Heather, my ex-wife. Then we looked at a former boss of Angela's who had tried to assault Mindy. He was a very kind of rich and powerful man. And then...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And it wasn't until after we had exhausted those leads that he started looking at our immediate families.
So when Jim McIntyre, you determined, did not work for the FBI, he promptly told you how he knew to come and see you and Mindy, right?
No, ma'am. And that is one of the things I've thought about extensively over the last 27 months as this case has gone on. That as to how he entered our life, I never followed up. And there are, frankly, a lot of mistakes I've made over the last 7 years of my life that I spend a lot of time thinking about.
He just showed up at your house and said he was the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard testimony about Cameron Nelson's credit card, the Capital One card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's your testimony that all of those charges were being made by Jim McIntyre?
The majority of them, not all of them.
The Uber Eats purchases that came to the house in Savannah, those were done by Jim McIntyre?
We were never in Savannah while anything was being charged to Cameron's card.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And all of those transactions, the Uber car rentals, were those Jim McIntyre too?
The Uber car rentals?
Yeah, Uber.
I don't know anything about those, ma'am.
You never took an Uber on a credit card?
I have taken Ubers before. I have never, during this time, I never took an Uber, no.
So if the bank records show you taking Ubers and going places, that wasn't you?
That was not me, correct.
Okay. You have an Uber app on your phone, correct?
I do now, yes.
So it's your testimony you never had an Uber app on your phone in 2022?
In 2022, I did. I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about Miss Nelson's credit card. Are
I
we
asked-
talking about my bank records or Miss Nelson's? I'm just not clear.
I'm talking about your bank records.
Oh, okay, yes. My bank records, yes. There were times I took an Uber.
But you told this jury you were afraid to leave the house, right?
Yes, ma'am. Every time I went out, I was scared.
But you fought through the fear and jumped in an Uber?
If I had things that needed to be done, then yes. I thought it was my job to take care of those things.
You didn't call Jim and say, hey, Jim, I need a ride. Get me to this location. You're my security detail?
No, ma'am. Sometimes he would drive me places, but for regular errands, no. That was something that I dealt with. Either I had Mr. Frank Mebane drive me, or I would call an Uber.
Right, because on November 29th, you clearly went to Home Depot by yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that point, I had a car, so I was not taking Ubers anywhere.
And it's your testimony to this jury that you never paid Jim McIntyre 1 penny. For how many years of service to you?
I believed that we were both benefiting from this.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you paid him.
No, I did not.
So in all of the years that he worked with you, you never paid him.
No, ma'am.
And it was your testimony you met you met Jim first in Virginia, correct?
Yes, Alexandria, Virginia.
And then he followed you to what state next?
We saw him multiple times in Virginia. Then later we saw him in South Carolina and in Georgia.
And then you said you didn't see him much.
Yeah, I believe I only saw him once, maybe twice when I was in Delaware.
Okay. It was your testimony to law enforcement, or your statement, I should say, to be clear, that Jim McIntyre handled your finances the entire time.
Yes, ma'am.
That included setting up all of your Airbnbs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Except the one in Savannah, because you bought that one, right?
Yes, ma'am. And there were two at the very beginning, one in Alexandria and one in Charlottesville that I set up personally.
Well, and don't forget the one in Hilton Head that you got for Frank and Betsy afterwards in your name too, right?
Yeah, that wasn't an Airbnb, but correct. I did set up that rental.
In the name Kassotis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were still afraid that people were coming after you. And your wife now was already dead.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're still using your name Kassotis.
That was my legal name at the time. Yes, ma'am.
And you said when you got the $300,000 from Sony, you didn't pay Cameron, right?
Correct, ma'am.
You didn't pay Heather, right? You thought that was paid,
I thought that was paid, ma'am.
right? At that point, that money was the money you and Mindy were living on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jim McIntyre didn't control that money, correct?
No, he did not. He said he was monitoring it and taking actions to prevent it, but he did not control that money.
So you did have $300,000 to your disposal at least on June of 2022.
Absolutely. That was a non-negotiable point for us, was that we get to control our own money.
Now you talked about mosquitoes, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
When you had problems with mosquitoes, that was when you first moved in, right?
It had started when we first moved in, but it got worse in, I want to say, mid-August.
Can you tell the jury how expensive the Airbnb was? How much did that cost?
I think it cost about $4,500 a month, but I could be mistaken.
You called the owner, right, to get her to fix the mosquito problem.
No, ma'am.
You decided to fix that yourself?
Yes, ma'am. This was a rule that we had for several years.
At $4,500 a month, you took on handyman jobs.
Absolutely, ma'am.
It was also your testimony that Mr. Frank and Mrs. Betsy left the residence the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they returned on that Sunday?
Yes, ma'am. That is the best of my recollection, but I'm pretty certain about it.
Well, you testified under oath to that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So if you weren't sure, you would have told us that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
There's also your testimony that your wife went into the hospital on Saturday, that weekend, correct?
I believe it was Saturday. There's a slight chance it could have been Friday, but I've thought about this a lot. I'm relatively certain it was Saturday.
Well, you just, again, testified under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
It was Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't give us an equivocation earlier,
Yes,
did you?
ma'am. No, ma'am, I did not.
And you said it was Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And you said that her parents came back on Sunday,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You never told them what hospital, right?
No, ma'am. I don't believe they asked either.
And then it was your testimony that you talked to Mindy Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, correct?
I believed I talked to Mindy.
Okay. So that was a yes.
Yes, ma'am. I am uncertain. I think I've been pretty clear that I don't know if it was Mindy or not. It was a message from Mindy's Signal account.
But you could have called her on the Signal account, right?
As I said, I tried to call her, but she didn't have a good enough signal where she was, so we couldn't hear each other.
But you never talked to her after she went in, so how would you know that?
As I said, I tried to call her, and when we could not verbally talk, we messaged each other via Signal.
And then you went to pick her up on December 1st, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Dr. Mondor that on December 1st, she was already dead, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have no reason to disbelieve Dr. Mondor's estimation, do you?
I do not, ma'am, no. Which is why I have said I do not think I was talking to Mindy for most of that week.
And when you went to the birthing center and they told you that Mindy had passed, you didn't see Mindy, correct?
Correct, ma'am. I asked to, and I was told I was not able to at that time.
You never once referenced the baby during your direct examination when you talked to the doctor.
Well, ma'am, at this point, I'd learned roughly a little over 2 years ago that there was no baby.
We didn't mention it to law enforcement either when they first approached you.
No, ma'am. I guess I did not. I believe we talked about the pregnancy quite a bit, but not specifically the baby.
Not on the first interview, Mr. Kassotis. You didn't.
Yeah, I'm relatively certain we talked quite a bit about how Mindy was pregnant and where I thought she was. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you went to pick up your wife's ashes, you indicated that was in Alabama,
Yes, ma'am. Montgomery, Alabama.
and you gave him $5,000 cash.
Yes, ma'am.
No paperwork,
No, ma'am.
no name.
I'm sorry, no
He
name?
didn't give you his name?
He might have, ma'am. I'm unsure. I don't remember. It was a very brief meeting.
You received your wife's ashes on the side of the road, and you didn't get the man's name?
No, ma'am. I was pretty angry at him.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
No, ma'am.
You weren't a lawyer at that time?
No, ma'am. I was not licensed at that time.
Well, you had put your license on hold, essentially, right?
Yeah, I had given up my Virginia license, but Massachusetts allows you to retire your license, and then if you want to turn it back on later, you just have to pay as if you were an active lawyer for all the years in between. So I am still, to this day, a retired attorney in Massachusetts.
You didn't forget how to be a lawyer, is my point.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And receiving your wife's ashes on the side of the road in Alabama for $5,000 cash, you didn't think you needed any documents as an attorney?
No, ma'am. I was pretty angry about the entire exchange.
That was a no, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And I just want to make sure I understand, your car burst into flames in the condition we saw it in this courtroom on your way to purchase a house,
Yes, ma'am.
and you never bought the house.
No, ma'am.
That's a real estate transaction, correct?
That is a real estate transaction, yes, ma'am.
Those require written documents, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You lost $50,000, you said, right?
I did, ma'am.
You have no records of that?
Ma'am, you have all my banking records. You can see the EMD coming right out of it.
Right. And your testimony is you don't have a record reflecting anything concerning that transaction that day?
Ma'am, you have all of my electronics, and that's how all these documents were. They were e-signed.
Well, actually, withdrawn. You never bought the house, right?
Correct, ma'am.
Because you had a check for $860,000, I believe you said, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That you said burnt up, right?
Along with parts of me, ma'am.
And when Investigator Frost said to you, what was so important that was in the car that you opened the door? Do you recall that?
It was my phone, ma'am.
Not the check for $860,000.
No, ma'am. In that moment, all I was trying to do was call for help.
You didn't care about a check for $860,000?
I absolutely cared about a check for $860,000. At that moment, I was trying to call for help. I did not realize that my car was about to burst into flames.
Detective Frost had to tell you about the check, didn't he?
No, ma'am. I remembered the check. I thought we were talking about something else.
I just want to make sure I confirm something. The police report against your father for the name change in Missouri,
Yes, ma'am.
that was September 30th of 2022, the incident, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
When you are a victim of domestic violence, as alleged, that allows you to seal the name change, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you had not had a police report reflecting the need to seal it being domestic violence, you couldn't have gotten it sealed, right?
Well, ma'am, I thought there were many other reports at this time, but yes, I did rely on that one when I got it sealed. Yes, ma'am.
You submitted it, right?
Absolutely. Along with my medical records, I believe, from the assault in Virginia.
Now, Mr. Kassotis, when you received Mindy's remains, you had testified that it was so important to you and Mrs. Mevin to figure out who would want to be notified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You promptly called them to schedule them to be present when you distributed her ashes, right?
No, ma'am.
Hang on just one moment. Mr. Kassotis, in anticipation of today's date, you located Mr. McIntyre, right?
No, ma'am.
So you've been talking to him basically on and off since what, 2017?
I started talking to him in fall of 2017, I believe, and we last spoke in, I want to say, mid-April of 2023.
And the records for Apis Limited, you subpoenaed those records in anticipation of court, correct?
No, ma'am.
You know what a subpoena is as an attorney, right, sir?
I do, ma'am.
And you knew that Mr. McIntyre was a majority investor, I think is the phrasing that you used, right?
That was what I believed, ma'am.
You hired a private investigator to find him?
No, ma'am. I hope the state would do that, but y'all didn't really care that much.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. It's argumentative.
Let me see y'all at the bench.
One moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. This one's going to be very quick, so if you go out with the bailiff, we'll have you in back in just a few minutes. All right, everyone just remain seated, and this won't be but a second.
Why do you believe these are not your totes?
We had our totes for years. We moved with them over 50 times probably. They were outside in the back of a truck, sometimes getting rained on. The stickers look pretty new on the sides. I understand it's kind of hard to tell because these have been, I think, dusted and had something applied to them. But these stickers look pretty new, and we didn't even have stickers left on ours anymore.
You stated that the Milwaukee knife that was shown by the prosecutor is definitely not the knife that you bought. How are you so definitive about that?
Because I saw that knife in Pennsylvania, the Milwaukee knife that I purchased.
When you began to communicate with Samantha, you did not use Signal, correct?
Correct, sir.
Why didn't you use Signal to communicate with Samantha when you used Signal to communicate with everybody else?
I use Signal to communicate with people in my life who really knew me and who I was, frankly, knew what was going on, knew more where I was, what I was dealing with. People I was making what I viewed as small talk with, I did not use Signal.
How did you communicate with Samantha?
We initially spoke via Twitter direct message, and then later spoke via WhatsApp.
Did you Twitter direct message with anyone else other than Sam?
Absolutely.
And I believe you said WhatsApp. Did you use WhatsApp with anyone other than Samantha?
Yes, though not as many people. WhatsApp is another encrypted messaging app. I believe it's owned by Facebook. Most people I spoke with off of there, or I spoke to on WhatsApp, would also have been people I spoke to on Signal. So, but there were, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 people somewhere in there that I spoke to on WhatsApp.
The prosecutor brought up that you did not receive any paychecks from APIS Security, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you get paid from APIS Security?
My understanding was that the payments were going into a trust until such time that it was safe for us to receive the money.
Renaissance Bank, you say you did not go into the bank to open that account.
That is correct.
How did you open that account without going into the bank?
I was given the name of I believe his name is David Anderson. He's a manager at the Dunwoody. I don't know where Dunwoody is. I think it's up by Atlanta. The Dunwoody branch of the Renaissance Bank. He dealt with a friend of mine, and she said that he would be somebody to help. I needed a bank account, and he was nice enough to do it. I had to send him my identification, the signature form, but he set it up over the phone. Later, I went into Renaissance Bank multiple times, but in different branches. But I've actually never met Mr. Anderson because I never made it to Atlanta.
When did your name change become official in Missouri?
January 4th, 2023.
Where did you go into Social Security in order to have Social Security change your name?
Wilmington, Delaware.
And when did you do that in Delaware?
About a week later, we were just talking about the dates. It was the date I got my Delaware driver's license, but I forget. It was roughly a week later.
So just to clarify, the same day or a different day in Delaware? You went to Social Security?
I went to
and the
Social
driver's-
Security and DMV on the same day in Delaware. It was the end of a week. I believe it was a Friday.
Why didn't you go see your wife when she was in the hospital and she was 8 months pregnant?
I was talking to her. I didn't think there was any reason that I would not be seeing her shortly, and I thought that it was safer not to.
I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say you were talking to her.
I was messaging with her on Signal. Again, at this point, it seems like I was not talking to her, but at the time, I assumed I was. Everything seemed fine.
Okay. Your court date with Heather in Virginia was in January of 2019, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How much longer did you remain in the marital house that you had previously had with Heather after that January 2019 court date?
until late October 2019. I don't recall the exact date, but I remember that it was during the World Series because it was a big deal in the area. The Nationals were in it.
As far as you are aware, did Heather know that you were still in that house?
As far as I am aware, yes, she did.
And did you ever see her come by that house after January of 2019?
Never once, and we had a camera looking at the driveway in the front of the house.
We heard that you did not move when your father, Wayne, showed up at your house in Savannah, correct?
That is correct.
Why didn't you move?
We spoke to Mr. McIntyre about it. I wanted to leave, roughly 5 minutes after I saw him. He said that we had to calm down and think about things. He said that whatever the leak was, it was related to one of the delivery services because he had come to the address in Savannah, which was not an address we received mail at. We would sometimes get packages from Amazon, but never mail. Our mail went either to Atlanta or to Florida. So he said since he came there, it was a delivery address for an online service, either a DoorDash or an Uber Eats, something like that, maybe Instacart. He said that we were going to change what we did. We were going to change our rules on how we lived physically, and that I was going to have to go out more afterwards, which didn't really please me, but to pick up food, to do grocery shopping, to pick up meals for us.
Did you make any changes around that house after your father showed up?
Absolutely.
What changes did you make?
For roughly 2 months, we were not allowed to park in the driveway. We were forced, both me and Mindy and Frank and Betsy were forced to park our cars down the road. When I went in and out, I had to go out through the back, walk all the way around the block to my car so it wouldn't appear that I was coming from the house. We kept all the shades facing the house or the street drawn at all times. We were not allowed to turn on extra lights other than the lights that were on that morning. There was one on in the kitchen. So anything facing the front of the house, we had nothing else. We were all living in very dim, through some very dim nights. Mr. Frank III was told that he had to leave that his car had to leave the house between, I believe, about 1 and 3 every day. That they did not want the car in the area, which meant that he was not around during those times. He could have, I guess, driven somewhere and then walked back, but he was in a lot of pain from his hip at the time. And the bathroom on the far side of the house, where we had the laundry, it was the little addition that kind of jutted out. We were not allowed to use the washer or the dryer after 8 o'clock at night. And if he went in there at night, he had to use his phone. He was not allowed to turn on the lights.
Who is he?
I'm sorry, he is Frank III, Mr. Medvin. That was the bathroom he tended to use most. Because of his hip, it had a little bit more room for him.
You testified that you have a college degree.
Yes, sir.
You have 3 years of law school for a JD.
Yes, sir.
You have 2 years of an LLM degree, a master's in law.
Yes, sir.
Why were you so convinced that Jim McIntyre was FBI?
I've asked myself that a million times, sir, and I believed him. I saw no reason to believe him. It never occurred to me that after Mindy and I put online reports to the FBI that anyone else would show up at our house other than somebody trying to help. If anybody showed up. I mean, my real concern was nobody was going to come and we were going to be dealing with this on our own. But
we heard that you never paid Jim McIntyre.
that is correct. Yep.
Why not?
Well, for the first 2 years, I believed it was his job to protect us. And after that, when we talked about our relationship, I believed that there was a dual incentive there, that he was, he gained in having me working for him, and things were going well on that front, and I gained in him helping us out. I thought it was mutually beneficial.
And I'm sorry to jump around.
That's okay.
Why did you perform your own maintenance in these Airbnbs that you were paying so much money for?
Yeah, when we arrived in Hilton Head it was right before Christmas of 2019. The next day, when we arrived, the internet didn't work, And we let the rental company know via Mr. McIntyre. He got back to us and said, okay, somebody's going to come out today. And while I was in the process of walking this gentleman through the house, I fell down a basically 20-foot flight of stairs. I was wearing socks. It was polished wood. Not my brightest moment. But Mindy was terrified that this gentleman who had come into our house had pushed me down the flight of stairs. And after that, we were told, you do your own maintenance. You don't call anybody. We don't want to risk something like that happening. So throughout our time in Hilton Head, when we had issues, when even long afterwards, when I was in Pennsylvania and a house would have some sort of maintenance issue, it was just something that I got into the habit of taking care of myself. The only exception was things that had to happen outside of the house. So there was once or twice that an HVAC froze up on us in the summer. And since that didn't involve anybody coming into the house, he said in those cases it was okay to have somebody outside doing that work.
What did you do with Mindy's ashes after you got them in Alabama?
Initially, nothing. I held on to them, and then following the time where I stopped hearing from Frank and Betsy, and I was very concerned about that, I realized I wasn't really sure when there was going to be some sort of a remembrance ceremony, and if that happened down the road, the scattering of the ashes wasn't something that I felt had to happen there, and I didn't want her to, be driving around in my car, basically. So I took them to Havre de Grace, Maryland. It is the mouth. It's considered not the mouth. It's considered the head of the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay was a place that Mindy loved, that she talked about all the time. And I scattered her ashes there, and I took her engagement ring and her wedding band and my wedding band and kind of tied them together with a twist, and I put them in the water as well.
Were those in fact her ashes?
They were not, sir.
How do you know they were not?
I've been told that her remains were found elsewhere. I had that realization during my first interview with Mr. Sands.
You're a fiction writer.
Yes, sir.
You make up stories.
When I write, yes, sir.
How do we know this story that you're telling today is not fiction? That you
Absolutely.
have not made this up?
Yes, sir. Absolutely everything we did for 5 years makes absolutely no sense absent somebody telling us to do it. From the very large settlement I was willing to voluntarily give Heather, which would make no sense if I didn't believe I had $32 million coming in, to staying in the house at a time where the state says that I knew that I was on the run. Like I had absolutely no idea. I lived in that house for another 9 months. I never saw any sign that that there was any issue with Heather. To putting a $50,000 EMD on a house that I believed that there was money coming to buy. I mean, I don't know how many of you have ever been to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, but you could probably rent a very nice house there for 2-3 years with $50,000.
As you sit here today, do you think that there was a person named Jim McIntyre?
I do not believe that was his name now.
How does that make you feel?
Angry, betrayed, frankly dumb.
Do you know who killed your wife, Mindi Kassotis?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
Recross.
I just have one question. You indicated that at some point you put a camera in after the incident with your father, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In Savannah. Let me be
Yes,
clear.
yes, ma'am.
And that camera was pointed towards the road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that camera did not record.
I'm not sure, but I don't remember it recording.
Well, you told law enforcement in the interview it didn't record.
Yeah, that is my understanding. Or
Nothing
that was
else.
my understanding at the time. It's been several years since I saw that camera last. So.
But you saw the interview.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. I believe my memory was fresher then, and so.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Sir, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
right, Mr. Weinstein, any further evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Defense rests.
Anything in rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the evidence closes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to step out for just a minute. There's some things that I need to discuss with counsel before we go further. All right, the jury's out. We'll be in recess. I do need to see the attorneys at the bench. I don't need to see the defendant. It's only if the state has any authority with regard, other than the federal authority that you've already cited.
Murder committed, I believe under criminal homicide, it's under 1.51.20.
And I'll read you the venue charge that I'm going to give the jury. The law provides that criminal actions shall be indicted and tried in the county in which the crime was committed, in a prosecution in any case in which it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed. Venue is proper and may be proven in any county in which evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Then I'll go further in saying criminal homicide shall be considered as having been committed in the county in which the cause of death was inflicted. If it cannot be determined in which county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the death occurred. If a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the dead body was discovered. And then venue would have to be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the charge I expect to give. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
So I'm not going to give the special circumstances 21. It talks about boundary lines and counties and things of that nature. The general verdict charge, number 22, I'll give. Number 23, the court having no interest in the case, I will give. The sympathy charge, number 24, I will give. Responsibility for sentencing, number 25, I'll give. Deliberations, number 26, I will give. Now, the statutory definitions of each crime that's charged in the indictment, I will give. So states 27 with regard to malice murder. 28 is the premeditation does not have to be proven. I intend to give that. Any objection?
Absolutely none.
Okay. The motive charge 29 I will give. The felony murder charge, the elements of felony murder in state's request number 30, I will give. Causation in felony murder, I will give. All right. With regard to 32, aggravated assault, the state gave the deadly weapon section when I think the indictment alleges offensive weapon.
2.20.21, I believe, is with a deadly or offensive weapon, Judge. And if we didn't clarify it there, then I'm
But
sorry.
then you went on to define it as being with a deadly weapon. There's no mention,
my
no
apologies
mention
then.
of offensive weapon. So
My
I think I
apologies.
have to give the offensive weapon charge.
I agree with the court on that. My apologies, Your Honor.
So we've restated it with that small change. Possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, number 33, I'll give that. Number 34, concealing the death of another, I will give. Possession of tools for the commission of a crime, number 35, I'll give. Number 36, removal of body parts from scene of death or dismemberment, I will give. Number 37, the statutory definition of tampering with evidence, I will give with the exception of C.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was going to object.
We're not going to give subsection C that are the exceptions for law enforcement. All right, number 38. Okay, we have put those in, that the state doesn't have to produce the weapon, et cetera. I intend to give that. Number 39, polygraph is out.
I would withdraw that, Your Honor.
39 is out. Number 40 is out regarding raising certain defenses. Okay, 41 is not a part of the standard charge. It involves the court discussing false statements in consciousness of guilt. You cited federal cases. I cannot find any Georgia cases that would approve of that charge, and I'm concerned that that particular charge would place undue emphasis on the state's theory of the case, so I don't intend to give that charge. But I'll be happy to hear if the state has any authority with regard, other than the federal authority that you've already cited. Okay.
State v. Wootson.
Okay. 42, the exact date of the murder is not material. I intend to give that. And 43, I mean, I've already told the jury that they could consider the WebEx testimony just like any other testimony. I don't see any need to tell them that again, but I'll be glad to hear what you attorneys have to say.
My concern just is that it was the only witness, Your Honor, in that circumstance, so I didn't want the jury to think it had to be treated differently.
I think I've already covered that with the jury. What do you say, Mr. Weiss?
I don't think that we need 43, so I would object to it going.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to give that. All right, those are all of the state's charges. And Mr. Weinstein, I'll give you another opportunity. Any objections to those that we've covered so far?
No objections to those that you've already going to use.
All right, the defendant's request to charge. And most of these are going to be repetitive, but I'll go through them. Number 1, I will give. Number 2, I will give. Number 3, I will give. And every defense wants grave suspicion, and I'll give it.
Thank you.
Number 5, I will give. Number 6, regarding evidence generally, I'll give. 7, I'll give the charge on direct and circumstantial evidence. Number 8 is the standard credibility charge, which I'll give. 9 on expert witnesses, I will give. I've got some problems with number 10.
First of all, Your Honor, there are no felony criminal convictions, so that in and of itself is not appropriate.
Character for untruthfulness is not a
And
part.
that's also not present.
I'm just going to give the general impeachment charge.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. So that means 11 I will use the standard charge.
Thank you.
And 12 does mention impeachment, and I will give the standard impeachment charge. 13 regarding prior statements, I'll give that charge. 14 is out of the standard charge, I'll give that.
Your Honor, 14 is single witness corroboration.
That's in our standard charge.
What single witness is counsel referring to?
My client is a single witness.
It's given in almost every case. I can't think of a case where I haven't given it.
I don't particularly care, I just was trying to understand the theory behind it, that's all.
Okay. 15 doesn't apply because the defendant did testify, so I won't give 15. That long convoluted charge on statements made by the defendant, I'll give that. And that would encompass 16, 17, 18, 19, brings us to 20, which is the DNA charge. We do have a DNA charge in there, so I intend to give a DNA charge. Number 21, good character is not a part of this case, so I'm not going to give that. 22, definition of crime, obviously I'll give. 23, regarding intent, I will give. 24, no presumption of criminal intent, I'll give. Number 25, presumptions and inferences, that's a part of the standard charge, I'll give it. The mere presence I'll give, but that will be in connection with the grave suspicion charge. 27, the malice murder definition, I will give. 28, with regard to premeditation, I'll give. 29, motive, I'll give. 30, felony murder, I'll give. 31, causation in felony murder, I'll give. All right, number 32, there's a request for a lesser included on voluntary manslaughter, which I do not intend to, I don't believe there's any evidence of any provocation or anything close to voluntary manslaughter, but I'll hear from counsel.
Now, that was put in out of caution because I didn't know what would happen
So
today.
you're withdrawing that request?
I am.
Number 33, concealing the death of another, I will give. 34, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, I will give. Number 35, regarding possession of tools for the commission of a crime, I'll give. Number 36 is the statutory definition of the removal of body parts from the scene of the death, I'll give. Number 37, regarding tampering with evidence, I'll give. And then, again, on the aggravated assault definition, it will refer to the offensive weapon rather than deadly weapon. Then you have a request on actual and constructive possession. I assume both sides want that?
My only question, Your Honor, would be how, like, where you plan to place that. Would that be in reference, because the only place I think it's appropriate is with respect to the weapon possessions,
Yes.
because that's the only thing where it's a possession.
And that's where I would give it.
I mean, I assume you'll read it once collectively for each of the, at the beginning or at the conclusion is my point, of all of those possession of weapon counts. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Not only that, but possession of the tools for the
Right,
commission
that's
of
what
crime.
that's what I was referring to.
So
There's the
one-
knife, and then I believe there's 5 additional counts of possession of tools. I'm just asking the court where you intended to place it.
When I give the definitions of those crimes.
So you're going to read it 6 times?
No.
That's
once.
yeah.
Once.
That's what I'm asking, Judge. At the beginning or at the end? Do you know, or not yet?
As I give the definitions, probably at the conclusion
Okay.
of the definitions of the possession.
You refer to
charge.
them. Okay,
Yes.
That's fine, Judge. I have no objection to that.
Venue, they've requested, I'm going to give the same venue charge I just read a moment ago. The verdict charge, obviously, is from the pattern charge, and I'll give that. Number 42, that the court has no interest, I'll give that. On the sympathy charge, Mr. Weinstein has added an additional paragraph about being influenced by all kinds of things, race, creed, color, religion. I don't intend to give that paragraph.
I have no objection to removing that
Okay.
paragraph. I believe I pulled that from the pattern, but I could be mistaken.
And that, I don't think that's a part of the pattern. Then the charge on deliberations, jury deliberations, I'll give that. Unanimous verdict I'm gonna give, but there, Mr. Weinstein, the very last paragraph on page 48, I'm not gonna tell them, anytime you wanna come back out with your videos and more evidence, feel free. I'm not gonna give them that charge.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I believe that completes all of the charges that have been requested by both sides. Anything else from counsel?
I would just ask for 10 minutes before we.
I'm going to give you that 10 minutes, and I'm going to announce to everyone here in court that in about 15 or 20 minutes, we're going to hear the closing arguments made by the attorneys. I'm going to ask that you please refrain from going back and forth through the door. If you want to be here for the closing arguments, I'm going to ask that you stay here. If you leave, I'm going to ask that you not come back. But the closing arguments will probably take a couple of hours. But out of respect for the parties and for the attorneys in the case, I want to keep the clutter down to a minimum. And at the conclusion of the closing arguments, what I expect to do, that'll probably get us close to 5 o'clock. What I expect to do is adjourn for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. I will then give the charge of the court explaining the law to the jury, and allow them to begin their deliberations. The charge of the court normally takes about 30 minutes. So that is the schedule that I anticipate following. And so we'll come back in about 15 minutes and hear the closing arguments made by the lawyers. All right, thank you. In the gallery again, as we hear the closing arguments, please maintain decorum. Please no reactions or any noises or anything of that nature. Let's try to be as respectful as we possibly can. So does the state intend to use both arguments?
No, Your Honor. I advised Mr. Weinstein I was going to defer and simply close.
Then I'll just recognize Mr. Weinstein first.
That's fine.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you might recall when we began this trial, before the opening statements, I told you that the opening statements and the closing arguments cannot be considered by you as evidence. They're not evidence, they're arguments. The only evidence that you can lawfully consider in arriving at your verdict will be the sworn testimony that you've heard over the last week and a half, all of the exhibits, documents that have been lawfully introduced for your consideration. That's the evidence. The closing arguments, again, are not evidence. They're intended to help you see the case in a light most favorable to the respective party, but they are a very important part of this case, and I ask you to pay close attention to the arguments. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Weinstein. You may proceed for the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to begin by thanking you for all of your attention that you have spent and the time that you've spent over the last 2 weeks listening to the evidence in the case, paying attention to the witnesses, taking time away from your work, your friends, and your family. So I want you to know that we certainly appreciate that. I think all of us appreciate that, so thank you. Mindi Kassotis has lied to many, many people. He has left a wake of emotional distress amongst a number of his friends and family. His parents, Linda and Wayne, who you've seen throughout this trial behind him, were shut off by him. Shut off by him because he believed that, for some reason, his father, Wayne, was after him. He told people all kinds of lies about his parents, that they weren't his real parents, that he was abused growing up, that his real parents were somewhere in England, that he was kidnapped, taken to the U.S., caused tremendous pain to them. He caused pain to all of the friends that he lied to for those years. And you heard from them. Cameron. On top of the pain for Cameron, he took $200,000 of her money. So you can find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mindi Kassotis lied to people. That Mindi Kassotis took advantage of people like Cameron.
You see and you heard what Nick Kassotis did with Samantha Kolyesnik, his third wife. Told her lies. Married her under false pretenses to such an extent that the state of Pennsylvania granted her, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, granted her an annulment, which, as she told you, was very difficult to get. He treated her terribly. You can find beyond a reasonable doubt that he did that to Samantha. There's no doubt about it. You've heard a lot about Jim McIntyre. I'm sure the state will talk a lot about Jim McIntyre. But this trial is not about whether there is or is not a Jim McIntyre. This trial is not about whether you believe that there's a Jim McIntyre running around or you believe that Nicholas Kassotis committed these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't a trial about Jim McIntyre. This is a trial, unfortunately, about Mindi Kassotis and who killed Mindi Kassotis. So I'm going to ask you to look at those facts. Look at the facts that the state has presented and make your decision based on those facts. The GBI did an incredible job in investigating the death of Mindi Kassotis. Agent Sands is a fantastic agent. His partner, I'll call him the partner, did a fantastic job at the crime scene. But they very quickly zeroed in on Nicholas Kassotis. And as far as their investigation of Nicholas Kassotis, it really could not have been more thorough, could it? They pulled all of his bank information. They looked at credit cards, Airbnb documents, a host of exhibits that you will all have access to, showing all of his movements, his GPS movements of his vehicle, everything about Nicholas Kassotis. But what else did you hear? Nobody's perfect. And as great as Agent Sands and his team are, they didn't follow everything, right? Jim McIntyre. They had a number of leads on Jim McIntyre's all over the place. What is the Jim McIntyre lead they followed up on? The one that was convenient. The one that was over here in Savannah, near the law office where Miss Mebane worked. That's the one they followed up on. The crime scene. They picked up a cigarette box that was in the road. Halfway between the location of Mindi Kassotis' torso and one of these totes over here. They picked that up. What did they do with it? As far as the evidence that's been admitted, nothing. No follow-up. Why no follow-up? Why no analysis? Why not look for DNA on the box? Maybe find leads? Because they had already decided. As soon as they saw video from that camera of the husband's car near the scene of the body, the investigation for suspects was effectively over. That was it. They had their guy. Nick Kassotis was their guy. They didn't need to follow up on that cigarette pack. How many other cars were captured on that motion camera at the pumping station that day, or over those 3 days that I asked about? Numerous cars. Were any of those cars followed up on? These are cars going by a scene where Mindi Kassotis' body is found. What investigation took place on all of those other people that went by where that body was? Nothing. Nothing. Why not? Because they had their man. He's sitting right over there. He's the guy that did it. We don't need to look into anyone else. All that we need to do is pour all of the resources of the GBI, FBI resources from Agent Bernie with his cast. Let's direct everything into Nick Kassotis, because we have our guy. He did it. When they arrest Nick Kassotis, what does he do? Does he take advantage of his constitutional rights? He's a lawyer. Any lawyer worth a damn is not going to talk to law enforcement if they are a suspect. Any lawyer worth a damn tells their clients, do not speak to law enforcement. You have a constitutional right. Let me tell you all the reasons it's a bad idea. He didn't just have a JD. As you heard the state point out, he's a former prosecutor. He's a former defense attorney. He's speaking to law enforcement. Why is he doing that? Because as totally insane as the Jim McIntyre story is, he has nothing to hide. He lived that Jim McIntyre story. He lived it. This isn't a fiction that the writer, Nick Kassotis, makes up upon arrest. I mean, he's good. He sold the story to Sony, but he's not that good. He's not that good that he could make up a story and then retroactively have lived it. He lived the Jim McIntyre story for years before the arrest, for years before Mindi Kassotis' murder. They actually lived like that. Mindi lived like that. Both Mindi and Nick told people the same story about security details. I don't know whether Mindi necessarily said Jim McIntyre, but they discussed it. They lived it. He didn't make it up later. So when he's arrested, and when Agent Sands and now Investigator Frost go up to Pennsylvania, go up to Lancaster County, and they want to speak to Nick Kassotis, he speaks to them. He doesn't have anything to hide. As a matter of fact, it seems to me he's trying to figure some things out. What's going on here? I thought my wife had died. I'm being arrested for her murder. This is nuts. This is this crazy, Kafka-esque world that he is living in, or he is tormented, played with by someone calling themselves Jim McIntyre. Moving 50 plus times? Who voluntarily does that? Unless they believe there's a real threat on their lives. So he talks to them. He talks to them. Now the state's going to claim that he's inconsistent in what he says, in what Nick Kassotis says. Go in the back. I'm not concerned about any of this evidence. I want you to go back there and spend as much time as you need. Look at everything they have against Nick Kassotis. Look at it all. Study it in detail. Don't rush. Take your time. Take your time. Because his story, what he tells people, is pretty much the same. From the first interview in Pennsylvania to the second interview down here, where he's clearly exhausted from having flown down, tells pretty much the same story. He gets on the stand here. He tells pretty much the same story. Why? I believe it was Agent Sands, or it could have been Investigator Frost, that said, you know the story about Tom Sawyer, it's easier to keep the truth straight. Lies are hard to keep straight. That's true. That's true. And there's a few inconsistencies, but there's been a lot of time. But he tells the same story. He is open with them because he has nothing to hide. Because he did not kill his wife, Mindi Kassotis. So he talks to the investigators. Now, I used to be, for 25 years, purely a civil litigator. And if you are a civil lawyer, you're doing commercial disputes between parties, one of the things you love it when you get it, is to be able to depose the same person twice. A deposition is kind of like an interrogation like you saw. Hopefully y'all have been fortunate enough to never have been deposed. I pray that's the case. It's an unpleasant experience. But you know what you really want to do? You want to be able to depose someone twice. Why is that? Because you depose them the first time, you get all that information, you sit back, you think, well, what didn't I learn? What didn't I ask about? Maybe I can catch some things that are inconsistent. And if a judge gives you the chance to depose them a second time, you have lived a charmed life. That's a wonderful thing. Now, Mindi Kassotis was not really a civil litigator. As you heard, he did criminal. But he sat down for a second interview. What a golden opportunity for law enforcement. They've been able to think about all the questions, all the other things that they may not have asked about. They've got more research now. It's been a while. It's been a week or so. They ask him again. They put huge pressure on Mindi Kassotis during those interviews. You saw the second one. You heard the first one. I know it's harder to follow the audio. It's not as riveting. But I saw y'all watching the second one. You saw the pressure they put on Mindi Kassotis. Law, and I won't use the word lie. Law enforcement is allowed to mislead suspects in an interrogation. There's law enforcement value in doing that. You heard Agent Sands testify about the value in doing that. And they told him all kinds of things that weren't true. That he had DNA evidence at the scene. There's DNA there. You need to just confess, because we got you. Get it off your chest. DNA. Go ahead. Logging truck identified you. Someone saw you there. Confess. Why all the pressure? Why all the pressure? Because the actual hard evidence they have that Mindi Kassotis killed Mindi Kassotis is incredibly weak. I think you're looking at pretty much all of it right here, stacked in this corner of the courtroom, right? They've got these tubs. Well, we know from Nick that when they were moving around, they used tubs. Okay, they got some tubs. But what do they have that they talked about since opening? Oh my, they got a knife. There's a knife found near her body. We heard so much talk about that knife. There's a rule in screenwriting and in playwriting. I may get the name wrong. Something to the effect of Chekhov's rule. If you introduce a gun in the first act of a play, it better go off by the third act. The state introduces this knife, this Milwaukee knife, right off the bat. I don't know what y'all were expecting, but I know what I would have been expecting if I were y'all. I'd have been expecting to see some hard evidence tying that knife, that Milwaukee knife, to Mindi Kassotis', I'm sorry to be so graphic, but her dismemberment. But what did you hear? The exact opposite. That knife was not used in her dismemberment. And again, to be graphic, her legs were not removed using that knife. That's not what happened. The state's own tool mark, not my expert, the state's own tool mark expert from the GBI. That knife wasn't used to remove those body parts of Mindi. Well, wait a minute. He bought a deer processing kit at Bass Pro Shops. Where's the deer processing kit? They don't have it. Don't be confused. They haven't tried to mislead you. I'm not going to ever accuse them of that. They're too good and too professional. But they went and bought another kit, same model that Nick Kassotis brought. They brought it in here. All right, tool mark expert. What about that kit? Inconclusive. All right, got a deer processing kit that's not even found at the scene, not found on Nick Kassotis, not found at the Airbnb in Savannah, not found in Lancaster, not found. So they're going to bring in another one. They're going to show it here. Inconclusive as to whether that was used. All right. Well, they must have more than that. Oh, they do. They have more than that. They have his car. His car is at the scene near where her body is found. Goes by the pumping station in one direction. Bit later comes back in the other direction. Other cars, as I said, oh, we're going to ignore those other cars. We don't care about those other cars. We got the husband. We don't have to worry about those cars. The Airbnb in Savannah. Okay, there must be something there, right? You don't arrest a man unless you got more than that. You don't do that to somebody. All right, Airbnb. What do they have there? There's a futon that has some of Mindy's blood on it. There's a little bit of blood that appears to have maybe been cleaned up off the floor, and a barely visible amount of blood that you can see with their special chemical substance. You can see that on the wall, a little bit. Not enough to photograph. It's so light you can't even photograph it. But you heard testimony they found a little bit there. But you know what else you heard? How was Mindi Kassotis probably murdered? She had 9 lacerations on her skull. 9. And I asked the medical examiner, there are a lot of veins that run through the skull, a lot of blood that comes up here in your skin. Oh yeah, there are. How much blood are you going to get when you strike somebody with a hard object? Hard enough to do that kind of laceration. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. What about 2 lacerations? Even more blood. That was the testimony. You heard it. What about 9? That's a lot of blood. A lot of blood was not found at the Airbnb. Oh, well wait. He cleaned it up. He did some amazing job of cleaning up all that blood. Did he buy any tarps? I didn't hear anything about that. So he cleaned all that blood up? I mean, that's not reasonable. We asked the owner of the Airbnb, when you came there, did you smell cleaning products? Anything? Bleach? No, she didn't smell anything. All right. Let's keep working for the state. What else do they have? Well, he's a big old liar, right? Let's see. And a deadbeat, right? He owes his first wife $1.5 million. Doesn't give her that. Okay. So, therefore, let me think, this theory. He owes his first wife $1.5 million, so he kills his second wife. How does that work? How does that resolve anything? Okay, forget that theory. Let's try another theory. He kills Mindi so that he can run off to Pennsylvania and go woo and marry his third wife, Samantha. You kill Mindi over that? He knows how to get divorced. He did it once before. He divorced his first wife, Heather. So he knows how to get divorced. He also could just leave. But they're going to have you believe that, I don't know what they're going to have you believe, but I imagine they're going to say, well, he did it so he could run off with Samantha. Does that make any sense? Now, they don't have to prove motive. I don't want to put that in your head. You're going to hear the judge tell you they don't have to prove motive. But they still have to prove that Nick Kassotis committed these crimes, the 12 counts that he is facing, beyond a reasonable doubt. That is an incredibly high standard, beyond a reasonable doubt. You may be sitting here right now thinking, I think he probably did it. I think he probably did it. That's not high enough in our country. Probably did it doesn't work. I think it's more likely than not that he did it. I really, really think he probably did it. That's my gut feeling. That doesn't cut it either. We have protections in this country. The state has an incredibly high burden to meet. They have to work so hard because they have got to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You'll hear the judge explain all of this to you. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you, well, all they have is circumstantial evidence. Like if you watch movies and TV, you'll hear people say, oh, it's just circumstantial evidence. You can absolutely, as you'll hear from the judge, convict people on circumstantial evidence. But that circumstantial evidence still has to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And they haven't done that. They just haven't done that. So he's charged with murder. Malice murder. They haven't shown you that he murdered Mindi Kassotis. They showed you he was near where the body was at some point. But they don't have a weapon. They don't have to have a weapon, but they don't have a weapon. Where's the weapon? They don't know where she was killed. They don't know where she was dismembered. All they really have are questions. But they're going to want you to think they got all the answers, or most of them. Now, what are they going to say, I anticipate, about the answers they don't have and the questions that remain? Oh, we don't have those answers to those questions because my client did such an amazing job of hiding things, confusing things, obfuscating, trying to keep that evidence around. Well, that argument works no matter who is sitting at the defense table. It doesn't point to Mr. Kassotis. That's an argument that can be made to convict any innocent man. You need to only follow the judge's instructions, look at the evidence you've heard in here, look at what you can take in the back, and decide based on that whether he committed malice murder or felony murder. I think you're going to have difficulty doing that. And the reason why is, frankly, he didn't do these things. Let's look at the other charges. Aggravated assault. You're not going to see evidence that he assaulted Mindi. Now, the state may say, well, just look at the lacerations on her head. That's evidence that he assaulted her. But keep in mind, when the state makes their arguments to you, no one is denying that Mindi Kassotis was horribly murdered and grotesquely dismembered and tossed away. But that is not the only thing they have to show. They have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Nick Kassotis is the one that did that. Concealing the death of another. Someone tried to conceal her death. No denying that. You don't do the terrible things that were done to Mindi Kassotis unless you're trying to conceal someone's death. That's why you do that. Possession of a knife during commission of a felony. Well, I don't think they've shown any kind of a felony for Nick Kassotis. A knife? Yeah, he had a knife. We all have knives. He had a knife. He bought that Milwaukee knife. That who knows where it is now. Mr. Kassotis says it burned up in his car. He bought a knife. Was that knife that he bought used in the commission of a felony? Not that the state has shown. Not beyond a reasonable doubt. The deer processing knives, again. Did he possess those? At one point, he bought them at Bass Pro Shop. During commission of a felony? Not that the state has shown. Tools for the commission of a crime? No. None. Removal of body parts from scene of death. You heard from Agent Sands they don't even know where the scene of death is because how horrible this murder was. Tampering with evidence. Obviously evidence was tampered with, but there's not sufficient evidence to show that Nick Kassotis was involved in that beyond a reasonable doubt. Now you may think I'm clinging to beyond a reasonable doubt, but I point to that because that is the standard that we have. That is the standard that this judge is going to instruct you. That is the high burden that the state has. Mindi Kassotis was viciously murdered and frankly butchered. Everyone should be upset and beyond distraught over that. It is I don't have the right words for how terrible that was. And then to be cast off, tossed in the woods for animals to rot. Your emotions likely are and should be running high. But I'm going to ask you to do what to me could feel like the impossible. I'm going to urge you to do this. Set the emotions aside. The state has only presented you with one person that you can make pay for Mindi Kassotis' death. My client, Nick Kassotis. So I understand the instinct for justice. I understand the instinct to want to have someone to blame, to want to have someone to hold accountable. But what I urge you to do, is to really serve justice. Really serve justice. And listen to the judge and decide, has the evidence that has been presented to you by this amazing team of prosecutors and investigators, has that risen to the level of proof beyond reasonable doubt in any of these charges? I think that if you can set aside that emotional gut reaction that we all have, especially when seeing these horrible photos, and candidly, logically, rationally assessing the evidence, you will not be able to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you for your attention, and again, for all the time that you've committed to this case.
Thank you, counsel. Statement concluded.
Thank you.
showing my desktop instead of the presenter. Try again.
I just turned it off, and turned it back on again.
All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. We're all here because of Mindy. Every single one of us is here because of Mindy. Sometime the weekend over Thanksgiving, Saturday into Sunday, 2022, everything changed. For every single person that testified. Everything changed. Mindy, have you ever been to a pond and you drop a rock in the center, or if you were a kid you used to skip it? You'd see the ripples, right? You'd see those ripples go out from where you dropped the rock. All those witnesses were ripples. And he dropped the rock. He killed her. He took her from everyone. A bright light. Kind. Good-natured. You're going to see a lot of things that we talked about in opening statement. My mom always told me, under promise, over deliver. Under promise, over deliver. That's what we've done. December 2nd, 2022, at about 4:50 in the afternoon, several hunters found the horrific discovery. The rock. Those hunters are ripples. Never the same. They were out there hunting Thanksgiving weekend, big hunting season in Georgia, deer, right? And they come across, I'm sorry, a headless, legless body of a woman. Law enforcement had no idea who she was for months because of him. Because he made it possible only to figure out who she was through a buccal swab from her mom. In May, almost 6 months later, he did that. Right here in Liberty County. And he dumped her in the woods. And I submit to you, he dumped her in the woods because that was a great place to hide a body. The problem is when you're not from Liberty County and you don't know Barrington Ferry Road and you don't know Jones Road and you don't know where they meet in McIntyre, you don't know there's a camera on the water tower. You don't know that there are logging trucks. You saw the logging trucks going down the road. Counsel would have you believe that Agent Sands and his team should have identified any possible human that went down that road. How is that relevant in any way, shape, or form to who would have had access to Mindy? Now, all of you promised me during jury selection you would not check your common sense at the door. You'd bring it with you, you'd evaluate the evidence, and you would use your common sense. They found a torso, a knife, tubs, and wax. All things he had access to, all things he purchased close in time to when this happened. He bought a shovel at an Airbnb that he paid $4,500 a month for. and he's doing their handyman work. He's fixing mosquitoes for a solid 5 months. Totes that he said in the interview, black and gray. Common sense. He didn't know what was recovered at the crime scene. Black and gray. The real killer knew what color totes to put out there before he gave a statement? Common sense. You heard all about how the GBI looked for her remains, where they were recovered, where they were found in proximity to each other, over 3 miles. And he buried her head. Why? I submit to you, because that's the last thing he saw. He just didn't want to see it anymore. Some random person decides only to bury that. That doesn't make any sense. The person that buries the head is somebody that loved her. So he said, right? Loved her so much that he was clearly cheating on her. He admitted that on the stand. Heck, he told you, Joy, that was another woman. Very inconvenient to start a new relationship when you got a pregnant wife. He told you he thought she was pregnant, right? But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mindi Kassotis, he didn't believe she was pregnant. He wanted kids so badly. He wanted kids with Heather, right? He wanted kids with Mindi. He even went with Samantha Kolyesnik. Within days of their marriage, they went to a preconception appointment. He wanted kids, and he found out Mindi wasn't pregnant. Because if Mindi was pregnant, you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't kill her, because he wanted kids. He found out she wasn't. That's the problem. Now, the judge is going to instruct you, I don't have to prove motive. The law does not require it. But it's human nature to wonder why, right? Like, we want to know why. And I submit to you, that's what the evidence showed. He wanted children. He wasn't getting there. He needed another option. First divorce didn't work out so good, did it? $1.6 million that he didn't have. And the moment he came into money, what did he do? Me. I'm taking care of me. He didn't pay Cameron, who he got on the stand and said how much he respects, admires, emulates. He gave her 0. The knife. State doesn't work on suppositions. We don't guess. We don't present you with, we think, could be, maybe. Facts. Evidence only. Tool mark expert. State requested it. Defense requested, hey, look at this. How come? She told you. Lauren Satcher told you. You cannot test that knife on flesh. And she said that that was power tools to cut the legs, unfortunately. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, murderers don't generally say, hey, let me leave my murder weapon at my crime scene. But what you might leave, as a prosecutor, is a wiped off, cleaned up, latex hand-wearing gloves and cleansing wipes. Because that's not evidence. You can't catch me if I cleaned it off. And there he is. See, he had to admit things because we had them. The problem is, he didn't expect us to have her so soon. Now, if you're not from South Georgia, just off the road, not far enough. You need to be out in the water. But her body was heavy, that portion. I submit to you, if you look at the photographs, you'll see the weights. And I'm being respectful, because she deserves that. But look at them. Her torso and arms was very heavy. He couldn't get that far enough out. He didn't plan on us finding her that fast, is the problem. And in case you didn't believe that he was there are the records. That legitimately triangulates directly over Home Depot. His credit card, his car, and his phone. And if you recall during opening statement, I said to you, pay attention when he says, I did not know my car had phone. In fact, I would say his eyebrows went almost up to his hairline. Because at that moment, Mr. Kassotis realized, oh, they got more stuff. I submit to you, there are no mosquitoes on the way down to Riceboro. He bought the knife and then drove down to Riceboro. But he got here when he told you that he bought the knife because he needed to go and take care of the mosquitoes right then and there. You need to pay attention to the details here. And I submit to you, when you hear those details, common sense. That's all you need for this. And then you watched his car travel all the way down to Riceboro. And then he tells you, if you look carefully, I turned off my phone. But it was pinging until he got to Jones Road. Look at the map. It shows exactly where it intersects, where the ping last happens. He didn't turn it off and use a Garmin to get himself down there. He had the phone on until he got to where her body parts were. Because he didn't know that the car was still connecting to the tower. And if you look at that top box on the right side, it shows all the times that car kept pinging while he was in that area. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, the reason there's no blood in the house, or not a lot of it, is because he cut her up in the woods. He had 2 hours. 2 hours with a power saw. No one else had access to her. He told you that she went to the hospital. Common sense, right? You recall Dr. Limine testified and he went like this. She had defensive wounds. Did she have defensive wounds in the hospital? So the doctor killed her. With defensive wounds in the hospital. Common sense. And in case it wasn't just me saying it, Agent Bernie showed you specifically the drive test to show that his phone, his car, his person, he admitted he was there. I'm not asking you to guess. He told you he was there. The defendant got on the stand and said, I was in the car. I had my phone. I had my credit card at the Marathon gas station. He swipes his card. Black tub, gray tub. How is that possible in any other way? And the judge is going to explain reasonable doubt. And I submit to you, that's his job, not mine. I'll talk some about the law, but if there's any discrepancy, you always listen to the court. Unless he put those tubs out there, there's no way he would know that a black and a gray tub were what would be recovered. And then her blood's in it. Facts. That's evidence. 7th, they find the rest of her remains, and they find the second tub. And you see them here. And all the efforts they made to figure out if you left any evidence behind. They brought up DNA, and did we or didn't we test this, that, or the other thing. You heard the DNA analyst say the only sample that they found that had more than one DNA profile was the futon. The futon in a house that's an Airbnb, lived in and sat on by Mr. Kassotis, Mr. Frank, Mrs. Betsy, and Mindy. So if I found DNA belonging to the defendant, the argument would be, well, he lives there. Doesn't mean he killed her, right? But now it means, well, he wasn't the one that did it. We showed you where the remains were tossed. I submit to you that's evidence of concealing a body. I submit to you that's evidence of dismemberment. I submit to you it's tampering. You saw those wipes that were used to wipe down the knife itself. There were at least a dozen of them in the crime scene photographs. They had to search 30,000 acres. Helicopters, drones, dogs, people. Mr. Glover went out and looked for her. Because you bring people home. All of her. You drop that rock in the pond, every one of them is a ripple. You don't dig up that space without a shovel. Submit to you, look at the picture. You can physically look at the picture. You can see where the root has shovel marks from where it got dug into and where it hit. He was just trying to get the dirt, but there was a root there. For people that are from this area, I fancy myself able to say that now. You hit roots. There's a lot of low roots. And there he is, buying a shovel. When you're staying in an Airbnb, living on the run, gone in an hour, he's buying tools to fix a house that he pays $4,500 a month for. Common sense. And then we do the autopsy. And why is that important? Well, because we don't know where Mindy took her last breath. I submit to you, that's because of Mr. Kassotis. 9 traumatic wounds to the head. We don't know that every wound occurred inside of the dwelling in Savannah. We don't know that. We don't know if she was strangled, if she was first subdued simply. We don't know if he rolled her up in the rug, if he took her. But we know there's blood under that rug. Rusty threw up on it. Really? There's blood under the rug. Defensive wounds on the arms that I submit to you. You're not getting beat up in the hospital. Inconsistent, and it doesn't make sense. Then there's the abdominal wounds. This goes back to Mindy not being pregnant. And you're mad! She told you she was pregnant. You're mad. That's why you bury a head. That's why you stab her in the belly. That's murder, Mr. Kassotis. Premeditated, intentional homicide. And then he cut her up. And he tossed her out like garbage. That is premeditation. And we're not required to prove that, but we have it here. Intent to kill. And even if you don't believe that at the moment he intended, you think that maybe he just wanted to hurt her, that's ag assault, aggravated assault. Felony murder. You assault somebody and then ultimately cause their death. So whether you think he started it with the intent to kill her, or he just killed her in the process of the assault. One's aggravated assault felony murder, one is malice murder. And you're going to hear the judge talk about venue. Venue means where you died, where the crime itself was committed. And normally, you're going to hear that venue is the place where the crime was committed. And I submit to you, when you drop the rock in the pond and you don't know where it happens, the legislature in the state of Georgia does not allow for you not to be guilty on a loophole. If you believe that we couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt where she took her last breath, then where her body is recovered is the law. And that's why we're all here, Liberty County, with that ripple. Because her torso was found in the backyard. It took us almost 6 months to figure out who she was. Counsel would have you believe that everybody was like, oh, Nicholas Kassotis, that's who it is. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. You all heard that. Forensic sketches, fingerprints at the crime scene, DNA, no identity. We found it's the same person. Then Miss Betsy, she gave us a buccal swab. Heck, she didn't even believe he was a GBI agent because of Nicholas Kassotis. They believed him. And I submit to you, in hindsight, my other half said don't use any sports references. I'm not really good at it. But where I come from, it's called Monday morning quarterbacking. Right? In this case, we didn't know who she was. We find out who she is, and then they go backwards from there. They knew who Nicholas Kassotis was as early Detective Frost said that he had gotten Home Depot records. He knew as early as December 7th. They didn't arrest Mr. Kassotis. They ran down hundreds of leads through VICAP, NamUs, the Missing and Exploited Children, through the FBI. They ran down hundreds of leads. Agent Sands told you they had some that were close. They didn't know who it was until they got her DNA. And once they figured out that it was Mindi Kassotis, now he made sense. They had been running down all the leads up until that point, but they didn't know it was him until they knew it was her. The only one with access. And why is that important? Because Mr. Kassotis says his wife went to the hospital on Saturday. And he tells Joe West, she died Sunday. But doesn't tell her parents that she died until Thursday. Well, that's a problem. You told Mr. West that she died in one day. That's not a little different. That's Mindi. And I think that's important. That's Mindi. A friend, a sister, a daughter, a wife. And I submit to you, Mindi loved Mr. Kassotis. And she didn't want to lose him. I submit to you, she wasn't pregnant. Mr. Kassotis told you that he and Heather divorced because she told him she wanted kids but didn't really. That's what he told you on the stand. Mindi knew, I submit to you, that if he found out that she wasn't pregnant, she'd lose him. The doctor testified, told us the range. That's when the GBI could finally start to narrow it down. And the last person to see her alive was Mr. Kassotis. Mr. Frank said that he saw her right before they left to go to Hilton Head. And when he came back, he never saw her. They thought she was at the hospital. Mr. Kassotis didn't have a name of a doctor, a location of a place that he went to. He never visited her. His wife was 8 months pregnant, due in January, and he didn't go see her? I know you did not check your common sense at the door. He didn't go see her because she wasn't in a hospital. He didn't go see her because he knew she was dead. And he didn't ask about a baby because he knew there wasn't one. You heard those statements. He talked about a ring. I think ladies and gentlemen of the jury will know that wedding engagement rings are different for every lady. Bands are different. He claimed she was mistakenly cremated. And then he gave them back her bands. That's not possible. Because he conveniently tossed those in the Havre de Grace with no one present. All these people that needed to know that Mindi was gone, he didn't invite a soul to share her scattering of her ashes. How does that make sense? And then every day in the days following, telling her parents that she was gone, he is on the move. Quick, quick, quick. We go from Georgia, all the way down to every state across the Northeast and all over, not here, in a quick rush effort to now not be Nicholas James Kassotis. And I submit to you, he knew Heather was still looking for the money. He's an attorney. You think he didn't get proof of $1.6 million paid? He didn't get a single pay stub, a single document, a single anything. Now, to be clear, it is the state's burden to prove our case. But when a defendant chooses to testify, you evaluate their credibility the same way you would any other witness, and the court's going to instruct you how that works. And I submit to you, not a word he said, not a word of that makes any sense. Jim McIntyre with the FBI, 2 years, he didn't think they were going to pay attention to his case at all, but he thinks a 2-year commitment from a FBI agent to become his personal security team, not a penny. Common sense in this courtroom, please. We follow the knife. We talked about it. Then he burned up the car. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Kassotis is an individual that capitalizes on opportunity. He had a check that he couldn't cash to buy a house with Samantha. He didn't have access to any money. He told you that. But he was getting an $860,000 check that poof went up in flames. I submit to you because he didn't have that money. He was telling Samantha, we're getting a house. But when he had to actually buy it, he didn't have the money. Car goes up in flames. He testified or asked questions about a recall on a police interceptor vehicle, not on his Ford Explorer. A recall that doesn't apply to the vehicle he purchased. And at first the knife was in the car, then it was, well, I think it might be somewhere else. You didn't find it there, there's another place. Well, I saw it in Pennsylvania too. And we saw the house. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, she was definitely struck. There was a bloodletting event, meaning she bled at the house in Savannah. We know that. We saw her blood. But I submit to you, her body was put to rest here in Liberty County. And we know that because we saw the evidence. Blood on the wall, blood on the futon, blood on the floor. And then we followed the car, and it was Nicholas Kassotis that happens to be the one driving right past the camera. Man, unlucky. submit to you, he didn't bank on that camera. It looks like loads and loads of woods. If you're not from here, that's what it looks like. That tiny little pumping station. That pumping station, I submit to you, solved a murder. There's the car. If you look at those photographs, you would think he was only there for an hour, right? Looks like he came and he left. But those roads, they loop around. I submit to you, look at the photographs. Look at the satellite. Look at the maps. Agent Bernie told you that car was pinging there, total. Didn't turn back on until he's leaving the area going back up 95. He had 2 hours in the woods. I submit to you, he dismembered her out there. And then he tried to get rid of the body. And you're going to hear testimony, or rather you heard testimony about all of the items that the indictment references. They reference the totes. They reference the knife, meaning the Milwaukee knife. They reference the deer processing kit. Oh, and now that deer processing kit was for Matthew. He's not a hunter. But it was a gift that was so important that when your wife passes, you didn't make sure that he got it? Does that make any common sense? We followed the phones, and in case you weren't sure, he went right back home. We followed his car back to the house. Y'all listen to the statements from the defendant. I submit to you, it's called consciousness of guilt. When you try to cover something up, you start telling lies. The problem is, and Agent Sands said it, when you tell a lie, it's hard to keep up with them, because then there's another hole that you got to plug up, and you got to keep telling more lies to cover up the first lies. And Agent Sands said to him, it's like a puzzle. You burned some of the pieces, you threw some of them away, but I submit to you, y'all can still see the picture. He told them she was alive when he knew she was already dead. He told Samantha she was dead before she was dead. He told people she died in different ways. He told Joe West she went in on Saturday, she became septic, she got sepsis, and she died from an infection the next day. That would have been Sunday. He told her parents Thursday. I made a list of some of the things that were inconsistent. Your recollection is what governs. Was it credible? Was it believable? You told me you would know how to evaluate somebody being truthful. Use your common sense. Talked about what Mr. West said, but on December 1st of 2022, he tells her parents that's when she passed. And then he tells some people she was cremated. Actually, he tells law enforcement that, but he doesn't tell the family. He knew and didn't tell them. He told them there was going to be a service. He didn't have any reason to think that date range was not right when Mindy's body was out there. Conveniently, exactly when he was there. That is the most unlucky man on the face of the planet. Or a murderer. Why was the divorce important? The divorce was important because he had to have a reason to be telling this whole Jim story to begin with. Nicholas Kassotis did not want to pay Heather Thomas 1 penny. He did not want to pay her the $1.6 million. And he didn't. And he absconded. and he told some story to the court about how he had $32 million. $32 billion. Dang. That's a lot of money. But now it's Mindy's fault. Oh, it's Mindy's fault that he doesn't have the money. Look at the records, the transcript. He blames Mindy. When there's a problem, well, either Jim did it or now Mindy did it. Mindy met Jim, but he never looked at credentials. Apparently, Mr. Kassotis hasn't done anything. Nothing paid, ever. Cameron, nothing paid, ever. Mrs. Koyesnik. Driver's license, photoshopped. There was no Georgia Nicholas Stark driver's license. That, I submit to you, is manipulation. He needed another option. Look at it. It's not even the same font. They got engaged. But even worse, I submit to you, if you heard and you listened carefully to Samantha's testimony, she said at the end of November he had her tires fixed, and then he sent her flowers the next week, maybe the first week of December. When he found out his wife was dead? Really? They were remarried. And whenever there's something that he has to be held accountable, Jim told me to do it. Can't find a person that doesn't exist, I submit to you. He texted back and forth with Samantha repeatedly. Did Jim tell him what to say in every text? I submit to you there is no Jim. Jim started as a convenient reason to get away from Heather, to not pay the money. And he convinced Mindy. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mindy believed him. So did Cameron Nelson. So did Chris Chaplet. So did Mindy's parents. He was a decorated lieutenant, I forgot what rank he said, in the Navy. 10 years almost with the JAG. 2 tours. Of course they believed him. That's that Monday morning quarterback thing. It's easy to look at it now when you see all of this in front of you and say, who would believe that? People that didn't know all that. People that thought Nick and Mindy were telling them the truth. Mindy believed him. I submit that to you. And she didn't want to lose him. There's no ring. There's no Jim. And there was no baby. And he didn't ask about it because he knew that. I submit to you, that's why he stabbed her in the belly. He never once, in 2 hours and approximately 10 minutes in Pennsylvania, ever asked about the baby. If you just found out that your wife died by some other means, because he already knew. He never once asked about the condition of her body. I submit to you because he knew. The court's going to instruct you on the charges. I've talked about some of them: malice murder, felony murder. There are additional charges that you're going to hear as well, and those charges include venue. The court's going to instruct you. I talked to you about this early on. Venue is where the body is found in a homicide if we don't know where she took her last breath, if we don't know where the crime was committed. And I submit to you, when he dropped that rock in the pond, he made it impossible to know that. Concealing the death of another. I submit to you, you saw all the ways he did that. And in case there was any question, her blood in the totes makes it clear that it was him. He got the car washed the next day. But he didn't do it. Possession of a knife during commission of a felony. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's not wrong about one thing. He didn't use the knife on the bones. Or at least we can't say for sure. Because we don't guess as the state. We ask experts to analyze evidence, and then we submit that evidence to you. Good, bad, or indifferent. You got the whole case. The parts that can prove things, the parts that limit, and Lauren Satcher testified she couldn't, at the outset, she could not have said that the deer processing kit was used on the bones. She knew that. The only thing she could have proven at that point was exclusion. State doesn't make assumptions. We get evidence. And that investigation kept going long after Mr. Kassotis was wrongfully arrested, is what he would submit to you, that they just focused on him. I submit to you that's not true. And the evidence shows that. Then there are the possession of the tools for the commission of the crime. I submit to you that the Ford Explorer was used to drive her body there, otherwise it wouldn't have needed a car wash. I submit to you that the insulation knife, unfortunately, was used on her physical body, not on her bones. He had to gain access to it. I submit to you that the deer processing kit was purchased the day before he drives down to dump her. And he's not a hunter. And for the very first time, we're hearing that he bought a deer processing kit for Matthew. It couldn't be excluded. That's what Lauren Satcher said. The tubs and the shovel. We know the tubs were used. Her blood was in them. The shovel, I submit to you, look at the photograph. And obviously removal of body parts from the scene of the death. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, her body was clearly moved about. She died at some point, and her remains were dispersed. And the tampering, if you read the indictment, it's very clear, it's specific as to what the allegation is. It's the effort to clean up or get rid of biological evidence. Nicholas Kassotis dropped a stone in the pond. And I submit to you, every person in this courtroom is a ripple. I submit to you, Mindi, she deserves your attention. This case is about her. I ask you to go in the back, look at the evidence, and come back with what is the only appropriate outcome. Guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it has been a long day, but before I excuse you for the evening, I want to sort of give you an outline as to what we'll do tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 8:45, around 9 o'clock or thereabouts. I'm going to read to you the law that applies in this case, and you will be duty-bound to follow that law when you begin your deliberations. That should take about 30 minutes, so after I give you the charge of the court, then I'm going to let you begin the deliberations, so finally you will be able to discuss the case and the evidence in this case. So once again, I want to emphasize tonight, please don't pay attention to any news accounts that might be out there. Get a good night's rest, and we'll be able to begin your deliberations tomorrow. So have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45. All right, the jury's been excused. We'll adjourn until tomorrow morning.